Maharlika Pilipinas Basketball League, ang liga ng bawat Pilipino. I'm Migs Gomez.
Masantos yung arem ed si kayo, amin. My name is Mika Vesamis and Migs. I am extremely happy to be with you on this stage today.
I'm very happy to be with you as well, Mika. But it's not only the two of us here on stage for our opening day. We also have Javi Palanya and Andrea Endicio. So why don't we say hi to them right now? Javi and Andrea, kamusta naman kayo?
Hi, Migs and Mika. And just like you and everybody else here at the Calasiao Sports Complex, we are very much excited for this new season of MPBL. And of course, we're very thankful na andito tayo ngayon sa opening ceremonies. Right, partner?
That's right. This is going to be the most exciting season yet of the MPBL, and I'm sure everybody can't wait for us to begin.
Well, that's certainly good to hear from Javi and Andrea. Now, Mika, we do have a lot to break down in today's opening ceremony.
Tama ka dyan, Migs. Napakahaba ng araw na to. Pero bago yan, pag-usapan muna natin yung nakaraang 2023 MPBL season. What was your most favorite part of that?
Well, my most favorite part was the most impressive part, which is, of course, Pampanga sweeping the whole of the playoffs. They were 16-0. It's the first time that it was ever done in the history of the MPBL. And of course, we can't forget about the fact that they had one guy win 3 MVP awards, All-Star Season and Finals MVP for Justin Balti Baltazar.
At Migs, dahil napag-usapan mo si Balti, pag-usapan naman natin ang reason kung bakit ba nagpapalakas ang mga teams this season.
Well, as we know, we talk about it each and every year that they have targets on their backs. The defending champions, sila yung nagiging baseline natin. Our standards in the MPBL. And so, if you already saw the lineups of new acquisitions, the teams are getting stronger and stronger to possibly contend against Pampanga. But then again, the Giant Lanterns also got stronger.
At dahil dyan, we have 3 new teams at isang team na nagbabalik.
Okay, so we have the Davao Occidental Tigers, our Season 3 champions, returning here in the MPBL. Once upon a time, they had their revenge against the San Juan Knights. It's a new roster for them, so it's going to be interesting as to how they can contend in the South Division. But you did mention the 3 new teams. We have Abra, we have Tarlac, and Pangasinan, which only means we can have more journeys to the north here in the 6th season of the MPBL.
And new venues and new fans to cheer for us. Migs, ang dami talagang mangyayari this season.
And as you know,
yeah.
when it comes to new fans, it's a different dynamic in the MPBL.
Tama.
Iba't iba ang kultura na ating nararanasan dito sa liga.
At iba rin ang mga dialects. Nakakatuwang marinig yan this season, Migs. At napag-usapan mo yung 3 teams na yon. Alam mo ba ang Tarlac, they now have Dan Sara and Mon Mabayo.
Well, Dan Sara, of course, is an established scorer here in the MPBL, but Mon Mabayo is expected to be a workhorse once again as a returning player in our league.
Pero Migs, let's talk about Abra.
Well, Abra naman has a coach transitioning from Rizal onto this team of the Weavers. Tantan Banal was once upon a time our youngest coach in the MPBL, but now I would argue this is the strongest lineup that he has ever had in our league. And of course, it includes Prince Charming himself, our reigning NCAA MVP, and Clint Escamis, among others. Mac Talio, by the way, is also back in our league.
Ang sarap pakinggan ng mga pangalan na yan. Pero dahil nasabi mo ang new coach, huwag naman natin kalimutan ang Pangasinan Heatwaves. They now have Coach Gerson Cabiltes at dala-dala niya si Hesed Gabo, Shaq Taganas, and Michael Mabula.
And these are champions no less in Season 4 of the MPBL. The list doesn't stop there. We have it here. You mentioned some talents already for Coach Gerson, but I'd like to mention Dennis Villamor is also back here in the MPBL, and Mark Dyke, who's been a force wherever he has played in the Philippines.
And I'd like to give a drum roll before this player,
Our next player, why don't you give it to us, Mika?
Ed the Kiwag.
Ed Dakiwag, of course, a USD Growling Tiger back in his day. He's been dominant as a shooting guard. We saw him in the PBA, but let's see what he can do here sa Liga ng Bawat Pilipino.
Alam mo, Migs, sobrang excited na ako. Nararamdaman ko na talaga yung init dito sa Calasiao, ano? But you know what? I'd like to know more about how we got here today. Ikwento naman kaya sa atin ng MPBL Executive Officer na si Mr. Joe Ramos kung paano nga ba tayo umabot dito sa season na to. Tawagin natin siya.
Let's welcome him. Let's welcome in Sir Joe Ramos. Sir Joe, please join us here at the middle. Sir Joe, first of all, congratulations. We have a new season of the MPBL. Talk us through the changes, the preparations that you had to do, and what makes this unique for you.
Well, first of all, thanks for having us here. Lalo na dito sa Pangasinan, one of our 3 newest franchises. The newest things that we did this season were we opened it up for all ex-PBA players. We didn't limit the numbers anymore. As well as, yung mga teams natin, actually sila mismo nagpalakas. So if you go through the rosters from teams that were perennial contenders are now title contenders, diba? So yun yung mga changes na ginawa namin.
So sir, with that said, can you possibly say that this could be the strongest season ever of the MPBL?
Yes, I can actually guarantee that this is going to be the biggest, the best season that we've had. And also there are teams, there's one team that's coming back, the Davao Occidental Tigers, another national champion, no? So exciting, very exciting.
I tell you, back in the day, Davao was such a force here in the MPBL. Marky had his place, kind of established already as one of the greatest of all time in the MPBL because of his stint with the Davao Occidental Tigers. But Sir Joe, I ask you this, are you ready for farther journeys with our new MPBL venues for our 6th season?
Yes, ready ng staff natin, lalo na kayo, to bring basketball to the fans.
All right. There you have it. MPBL Executive Officer, thank you very much, Sir Joe Ramos.
By the way, you heard it already from Sir Joe, the fact that we have no limit as to how many ex-PBA players can join in a single team. But we have one clarification for everybody. If you're considered an ex-PBA player, you are not considered a homegrown. And we have a minimum of 3 homegrown players per team.
Can you already imagine all the plays you would call on this court, Migs?
Well, that's why there's a lot of excitement coming into the 6th season of the MPBL. But now let's turn it over once again to Javi and Andrea, who are with some more VIPs at the sideline.
Good afternoon sa atin lahat.
Yes,
I'd like
Migs
to-
and Mika, kasama nga namin ngayon si Sir Nino Reyes, Sir Nicanor Nino Reyes IV, ang team owner ng Tarlac United Force. At Javi, sino naman ang katabi mo dyan?
And ako, kasama ko naman ang assistant coach ng Tarlac United Force, former PBA player, Coach Estong Ballesteros, and we will be talking to them. Unahin na muna natin si Sir Nino.
Yes,
Good
Sir
afternoon.
Nino. Good afternoon
Good
po.
afternoon sa atin lahat. Kaya ako tinawag si Coach Stone dahil yung boses ko hindi kaya. Di ba? So, si Coach Stone na lang ang magsalita para sa akin. Nais ko lang magpasalamat dito sa mga kabayan natin sa Pangasinan and syempre sa MPBL. Okay? Ngayon, si Coach Stong na ang magsalita para sa akin.
Alright, Coach. Coach, sa'yo na namin ididirect yung mga tanong, no? First of all, Coach, how does it feel to be part of the MPBL this year?
Number 1, medyo excitement kami sa pagsali namin sa MPBL. Kami gagawin namin yung best namin para ipakita yung laro namin sa MPBL.
And sir, while everybody is so excited para nga dito sa 6th season ng MPBL, alam mo kasi partner, iba yung feeling ng fans, iba yung excitement ng fans, at iba rin yung feeling kapag ikaw mismo ang kasali sa isang competition. So sir, how do you feel po? Nakasali na kayo dito ngayon sa MPBL. I'm sure more than excitement po yan.
Talaga excitement talaga. Kami, ginagawa talaga namin lahat yung best namin para maipakita sa mga fans namin sa Tarlac at lalo na sa mga sumusuporta sa Tarlac team.
Ngayon naman, Coach Estong at Sir Nino, invite nyo naman lahat ng Tarlac fans na panoorin kayo dito sa 6th season ng ating liga.
Una sa lahat, in-invite mo namin ang mga taga-Tarlac na manood at sumuporta sa team natin sa MPBL.
Alright, now, that was Coach Estong Ballesteros and Sir Nino Reyes IV. Back to you, Migs and Mika.
Migs, what is it like to cover a new team in a new crowd?
Well, of course, number 1, when you get to go to that place, it's the culture that you get to be a part of. So you get to know new stuff here, not only in the MPBL, but also outside of basketball for that new city or province. But in the same way, it's the MPBL being able to provide iconic people, iconic basketball players who can eventually be idols to the youngsters, to everybody watching their own homegrown, or maybe even the players just representing their own squad.
Right.
All right, so there you have it. Just talked about Tarlac. Later on, we have more teams to break down here in the opening of the MPBL. And we're back for the opening of the MPBL's 6th season here in Pangasinan. As now we talk about another new team here in our campaign, the Abra Weavers. Now, before we talked about them having a coach in Tantan Banal. They have some good players. Roy Sumang and John Lloyd Clemente will also join the mix, by the way, with GP Paundo, Prince Caperal, Mac Talio, and Clint Escamis. But Mika Abesamis here was able to visit one of their practice sessions. Mika, kamusta yung naging journey mo doon?
Tama ka dyan, Mix. I visited one of their practices at isa sa mga napag-usapan namin ni Coach Tan Banal ay yung acquisitions nila ng frontline na pinaghahandaan syempre ang isang kagaya ni Balti Baltazar. So like you mentioned, they have Prince Caperal and GP Paundo.
You know, personally, I'm very interested as to how Coach Tantan Banal will be able to manage two dynamic scorers in this lineup. Roy Sumang himself with Mac Talio. They can actually average 20 points each here in the MPBL. But more about the Abra Weavers, we actually have Mayor JB Bernos joining us, the team owner of that squad. Mayor JB, first of all, welcome to the MPBL. Can you talk us through the decision-making of Abra? How are you able to get it to this point wherein you're now a part of this big league, the Marliga Pilipinas Basketball League?
we've been looking for the past 2 or 3 years ago. Gusto na namin sumali sa MPBL but medyo hilaw pa, hindi pa kami ready to join this very prestigious league. But this time, we were welcomed by no less than Senator Pacquiao to join the ranks of the MPBL.
At Mayor, kagaya nga ng pangalan nyo, ang tawag sa inyo ay Abra Weavers. Napansin po namin na pinagtahi-tahi nyo ang magagaling na players. Ano? Mayor, ano po ang naging vision nyo entering this season?
We just want to have a competitive team to compete with the of course with the strongest team. Basta we just want to win. We just want to win. Yun lang naman ang aim namin.
All right.
Mayor, I'd like you to talk about the culture of Abra as a city, as a province. How would you describe their love for basketball?
Basically, Abra is a basketball crazy province, no? So, siguro 90% or more talagang nakakaintindi talaga ng basketball. We're just so unlucky na we are Cordillerans, we are from the Cordillera region. Talagang bibihira yung malalaking tao doon, yung mga matatangkad na tao. So we need to reinforce coming from other places. Kung sino yung available, that's what yun yung ni-recruit namin. So I guess with the current lineup, I can say we can compete with the best team in the MPBL.
And that includes, of course, Baltazar.
Of course. Excited na ako bumiyahe papuntang Abra, Migs.
Me too. Okay, so there you have it. Mayor JB for the Abra Weavers. We have more coming right up here in the opening ceremony of the MPBL.
Sumasaya kapag may labay nagkakaisa. Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, basketball na. Ang bawat labay pinaghahandaan, kaya yumayanig ang bakbakan. Todo suporta ang lahat sa kanya-kanyang kupunan. Basketball na muna tayo, iwasan na ang mga bisyo. Sports ang laging iisipin, sa droga ay huwag paalipin. Buong bansa'y magsama-sama. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, MPBL na! MPBL na! Yan ang liga ng bawat Pilipino, sa Luzon, sa Visayas at Mindanao. MPBL na! laban ay nakakakaba dahil sa husay ng bawat isa. Sigawan ay yumayanig kapag nag 3 points na. Bawat bayay di patatalo, buong barangay ay suportado. Kahit ano ang mangyari, sama-sama tayo. Basketball na muna tayo, iwasan na ang mga bisyo. Sports ang laging iisipin, sa droga ay wag. Para pa, 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 Ang buto ng kalasyaw, walang kapantay sa mundong ibabaw. Biyaya ng may kapal sa ating bayang minamahal. Ang puto'y malinamnam sa bawat sulok ng mundo, inaasam-asam.
Anong hiwagang bumabalot sa gintong yamang ligayang dulot? Pusilang siyang kaputihan, parang maulan sa kanang butan.
Tamis ay umaapaw, itong yaman na kalasyaw. Halina tayo na at magsama-sama sa Puto Festival. Tayo ay magsaya. Ang puto na bukod tangi sa buong mundo, ipagmalaki. Puto ng kalasyaw, garantisadong panalo. Mga namumuno'y nagkakaisa, isang bayan na puno ng pag-asa. Halina tayo na at magsama-sama sa Puto Festival. Tayo ay magsaya. Ang puto na bukod tangi sa buong mundo, ipagmalaki. Puto ng kalasyaw, garantisadong panalo.
We are back inside the Calasiao Sports Complex to resume our opening ceremony for the MPBL's 6th season. And now we have VIPs from Pangasinan that we introduced them. It's Governor Ramon Guico III, and we also have Sir Cesar Quiambao. Let me begin with Sir Cesar here. Sir, first of all, congratulations for now having a team in the MPBL. As one of the VIPs of this squad, how can you describe the journey of Pangasinan in forming this squad, the Pangasinan Heatwaves, for our league?
Well, Pangasinan is one of the biggest province, no? I think we are number 3, and we're happy that this will be the first time that Pangasinan will join the MPBL, of course, through the initiative of our governor. And hopefully with MPBL, it can promote the development of our homegrown players in Pangasinan, especially in basketball.
There you have it. You already mentioned the homegrown players and the love of the Pangasinense for the sport of basketball. I asked this to our prior VIP. I asked the same question to you. How can you describe the love for the Pangasinense for this sport of basketball?
Well, if you are from Pangasinan, you will observe that every barangay has a basketball court, and everybody is playing basketball. And all barangays, we have basketball leagues between barangays, basketball leagues between towns, and basketball leagues between other intergovernment agencies. That's how we love basketball.
And now you'll be able to host here inside the Calasiao Sports Complex for the MPBL. Now Mika is with our governor.
Of course, Governor Ramon Guico III, nakita po natin yung video kanina, napakaganda ng probinsya ng Pangasinan. Marami tayong paborito dito. Paborito natin ang bangus, ang asin, ang longganisa. Pero ang tanong ko po, Gov, kayo po ba paborito nyo rin ang basketball?
Siyempre naman, lalong nung mas bata po ako, palagi ako nagbabasketball. Araw-araw, pati sa mga liga, sa aming mga barangay, sa TV. Talagang basketball din ang buhay ko noon, lalo nung high school ako.
Napakaganda po niyan, Gov. And Gov, why don't you invite the Pangasinense at ang MPBL fans na suportahan po ang inyong bagong team, ang Pangasinan Heatwaves?
Sa lahat po ng kababayan natin sa Pangasinan, suportahan po natin ang ating koponan, ang Pangasinan Heatwaves. First time po natin sumali dito po sa MPBL at sa ngalan na rin po ng probinsya, nagpapasalamat po kami sa liga sa pagtanggap po sa amin dito sa inyong napaka-prestihiyosong liga.
All right, once again, Governor Ramon Guico III.
Okay, now Mika, I actually have a follow-up question for Gov here. Gov, I'm sure you've had your time with the Pangasinense basketball players, maybe even your MPBL team. Were you able to talk to them already?
Yeah, once in a while we are able to talk to them. But of course, we leave everything to the coaches, the team, the management. Kami, support lang kami dito nila Mayor Cesar Kiambao and sa kanila pong Art. And all of the rest of the officials of the province, andito lang kami, moral support kami.
How about you, Mayor Cesar? Did you have a special message to your team? Maybe even a standard for them to try to reach here in our MPBL season?
Well, when we organized this, actually, it's a newly organized team. Bagong-bago lang kami. But our players promised to do their best. Sabi ko, wag lang tayong kulelat. Sa gitna lang, okay na.
Alright, excited na talaga tayo, Migs, for the Pangasinan Heatwaves. At alam ko may kasama rin si Javi at Andrea. Go ahead.
Yes, Migs and Bika. And to get to know more about the Pangasinan Heatwaves, kasama namin ngayon ni Javi, si Ed Dakiwag. Fresh face ang kasama natin ngayon, partner. Well, una na muna akong mag-interview sa kanya, no? Ed, you're in a new team. You're new to the MPBL. And I'm sure gigil na mga Pangasinense na makita kayong maglaro. Pero ang tanong, ano bang maiipangako mo at ng inyong team sa kanila?
Of course, I'm happy na andito ako sa Team Pangasinan and nagpapasalamat ako sa mga boss namin and especially yung mga taga Pangasinan sa pagtanggap din sa amin. And of course, syempre, it's a new team. Hindi namin, kumbaga, prepared lang kami. And then, syempre, all throughout the season, syempre, let's see. Pero ang aabangan lang siguro ng mga kababayan namin, syempre, lagi kaming lalaban hanggang dulo and we'll give all our best.
Well, Ed, considering you're one of the newest teams here in the league and you will be playing later, ano ma-expect ng mga Pangasinense fans dito sa Calasiao Sports Complex considering yung chemistry nyo and yung team composition nyo?
Of course, siyempre, nag-prepare kami for Team Abra. Siyempre, we all know, full stack din ang Abra and sabi lang sa amin ni Coach, give our best sa game and let's see from there.
All right, Ed, why don't you invite all of the Pangasinense fans watching and all of your fans watching as well kasi nga naman, first time mo sa Liga ng Bawat Pilipino na panoorin kayo sa ating 6th season.
And I'm inviting all the Pangasinense sa mga fans ng MPBL to watch us and maraming salamat sa pagsuporta nyo sa MPBL.
All right, thank you so much. That was Ed Dakiwag, the newest member of the Pangasinan Heatwaves. Back to you, Migs and Mika.
Thank you, Javi. Thank you, Andrea. Now we have the newest head coach of the Pangasinan Heatwaves. He was a Season 4 champion here in the MPBL, Coach Gerson Cabiltes. Hi, Coach Gerson. Now you have a new team in our beloved league. I'd like for you to talk about your transition here for Pangasinan. Is it championship or nothing already for the Heatwaves?
Actually, siyempre, we're gonna do our best to reach that goals. Pero for now, we have a short-term goal and yung goal namin is to make the playoffs.
Coach, alam kong marami kang homegrowns, pero bukod doon, dala-dala mo ang ilan sa mga players na pamilyar ka na. Si Hesed Gabo, si Shaq Taganas, at si Mike Mabulak. Kumusta po kayo ngayon, Coach, sa mga practices nyo?
Actually, siyempre, yung system ko, sila yung nagtuturo dun sa mga new guys namin. And siyempre, mas marami kasi kaming mga young guns right here. So eventually, malilid ng mga veterans namin. Aside from sila Shaq, sila Mabulak and Gabon, dyan sila Ed to lead the young guys.
Alright, there you have it. Migs, kalmado pa si Coach Gerson Cabiltes ngayon, but we will see him definitely excited in the next game.
Coach Gerson has built championship contenders from his time with Basilan onto Nueva Ecija and now possibly for Pangasinan. There you have it. Now we transition to Miguel Pre to begin our opening ceremonies.
Good afternoon, MPBL fans, and welcome to the opening day of the 2024 Buenas Manny Pacquiao's MPBL Season 6, presented by Extreme here at Calasiao Sports Complex in the beautiful province of Pangasinan. And to formally start our opening ceremonies, let us all welcome the PNP Calasiao for the Parade of Colors. May we request everyone to please stand. Tumayo po tayong lahat at kung maaari po sana pakitanggal ng ating mga sombrero o anumang headgear and put ourselves in the presence of the Lord for our opening prayer. And at this time, may we call in at center court Ms. Tammy Fernandez for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Bayang magiliw, pelas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyan ka ng magiting, sa mandulupig, di ka pasisiin, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw, may dilagang tulad, awit sa paglayang minamahal, ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituin at araw niya kailan, pag may di magdidilim, lupa ng araw ng alhagit magsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo, aming ligaya na magunay mga api, ang mga taydang dahil sa'yo.
Please remain standing as we call in Ms. Dina Camacho for the singing of Pangasinan Hymn.
Tatandayumi, Pangasinan yapi nabli, deun mo taniya ligwas, piugagep ko lawas, yad puso Pangasinan, ako
Maaari na pong umupo ang lahat. And to give us a special number, let's all welcome the Capital Dancers.
Sumasaya kapag may labay nagkakaisa. Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, basketball na. Ang bawat labay pinaghahandaan, kaya yumayanig ang bakbakan. Todo suporta ang lahat sa kanya-kanyang kubunan. Basketball na muna tayo, iwasan na ang mga bisyo. Sports ang laging iisipin, sa droga ay huwag paalipin. Buong bansa'y magsama-sama. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, MPBL na, MPBL na. Yan ang liga ng bawat Pilipino, sa Luzon, sa Visayas, sa Mindanao. Yan ang liga ng bawat Pilipino, sa Luzon, sa Visayas, sa Mindanao. Ang bawat laban ay nakakakaba, dahil sa husay ng bawat isa. Sigawan ay yumayanig kapag nag 3 points na. Bawat bayay di patatalo, buong barangay ay suportado. Kahit ano ang mangyari, sama-sama tayo. Basketball na muna tayo, iwasan na ang mga bisyo. Sports ang laging iisipin, sa droga ay huwag paalipin. Buong bansa'y magsama-sama.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, the Capital Dancers.
3, 2, 1, MPBL.
And to give us a short message, we'd like to call in at Center Court, Calasiao Honorable Mayor Kevin Roy Macanlalay.
Magandang araw po sa ating lahat. Lahat na po ba ay excited sa opening ng MPBL? Unang-una, babatiin ko po ang iniidolo ng buong bansa, ang pambansang kamao po natin, Senator Manny Pacquiao, Ma'am Jinky, palakpakan po natin sila. And of course, ang ating Commissioner, Sir Kenneth Durendes, palakpakan po natin si Sir. And of course, ang ating pong ama ng probinsya ng Pangasinan, ang napakasipag at napakabait, Governor Monmon Gico, boss. Ang napakagaling po na congressman po natin sa 1st District, Congressman Art Celeste. Secretary Conrad Estrella, palakpakan po natin. Napakagandang lalaki po. Vice Governor Mark Lambino, Mayor Cesar Cambao ng Bayambang. Sa lahat po na nandirito ngayon, magandang araw po sa ating lahat. Andito rin po ang Mayor ng Abra, Mayor JB Bernos. Palakpakan po natin. Sa lahat po, boss, sa lahat po ng teams na nandirito, managers, sa lahat po ng mga players na nandirito, magandang araw po sa ating lahat. Welcome po sa bayan ng Calasiao. Andito po na nakikiisa at wini-welcome po kayo ng buong sangguniang bayan at ng bayan ng Calasiao. Vice Mayor Nestor Gabrilio, palakpakan po natin. Councilor Ardison Soriano, Councilor PJ De Vera, Councilor Mike Sison, Councilor Manny Datwin, Councilor Elias Villanueva, Councilor Gerald Apisyal. And of course, Councilor Havardani, Misina, nandun po sila. At babatiin ko rin po ang may utak ng sports complex na ito, ang former mayor ng bayan ng Calasiao, former Mayor Roy T. Macanlalay. Palakpakan po natin. Hindi ko na po hahabaan. Welcome po sa bayan ng Calasiao. Welcome po sa Puto Capital ng Pilipinas, kung saan po mahanap ang napakatamis at napakasarap na puto na dito po nanggagaling yan sa bayan ng Calasiao. Muli, welcome everybody. Good luck to all teams. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. God bless us all. God bless. Mabuhay po ang Pilipinas. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Calasiao Honorable Mayor Kevin Roy Macanlalay. And to give us another wonderful performance, let's all welcome the winner of The Voice Philippines, your very own from Calasiao, Pangasinan. Make some noise for Mitoy Yunting!
Yes! MPBL! Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Good luck sa inyo lahat. To all our distinguished guests, thank you and good afternoon. Inyana! Let's go! Opening to. Okay, Maya. Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere. I'm just a city boy, born and raised South Detroit. He took the midnight train going anywhere. Asan yung mga kamay? Asan yung mga kamay? Sige na. Pangasinan VIP. A singer in the smoking room. smell of wine and cheap perfume, for a smile they could share the night. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting up and down a boulevard, their shadows searching in the night. Street light people living just a found emotion, hiding somewhere in the night. Magsigawan, Pangasinan! To get my feel, everybody wants a thrill. To play anything to roll the dice, just one more time. Some will win and some will lose, and some of all just sing the blues. Oh, that movie never ends. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting up and down a boulevard, their shadows searching in the night. Street light people living just a found emotion, hiding somewhere in the night. Wala ba kayong mga kamay? Yes! On their 6th year MPBL. Here we go. Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Street light people. Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Street light people. Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Street light people. Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Street light people. Pangasinan Heat Waves. Thank you. Hoy, amo. Gusto niyo pa ba? Ako pa ba hahamunin niyo? Taga rito lang ako, pambihira. One more song? Tira. Alright. Bagay na bagay itong awiting ito. Pakinggan niyo. Here's my original song para sa lahat ng Pilipino. Song called Laban Lang. Oh, 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 oh. Alam niyo? Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Likas na sa Pilipino ang dibdib parang bato, hindi sumusuko. Ano mang hamon ng mundo, walang aatrasan, walang labang inuurungan. Ganyan ang Pilipino, may lahing palaban. Ganyan ang lahing Pilipino. Sa anumang pagsubok di magpapatalo. Ganyan ang lahing Pilipino. Handang lumaban, handang Laban lang mga pare. Laban lang. Laban lang. Laban lang mga pare. Laban lang. Laban lang. Asin mo ang kamay nyo. Parang, alam ko excited na kayo sa laro, pero bago opening tayo, dapat masaya ang lahat. Isang karangalan to sa ating bayan na dito gawin ang opening ng MPBL. Ana, nga. Nakatatak na sa history to, guys. Nakatatak na sa history. Ipakita nyo, masaya ang mga taga-Kalasyaw. Narasan kay Amo. Mga pare, laban lang, laban lang, laban lang, mga pare, laban lang, laban lang, laban lang, mga pare, laban lang, laban lang. Oh, 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 oh. Sabihin nyo nga, oh, 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 oh. Sabay. Oh, 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 oh. One more time. Oh, oh. Okay. Laban lang, mga pare. Laban lang. Laban lang. Laban lang, mga pare. Laban lang. Laban lang. Laban lang. Maraming salamat po. Mitoy yung team.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, your very own from Kalasyaw, Pangasinan, Mitoy Yunting.
Sumasaya kapag may labay nagkakaisa. Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, basketball na. Ang bawat labay pinaghahandaan, kaya yumayanig ang bakbakan. Todo suporta ang lahat sa kanya-kanyang kupunan. Basketball na muna tayo, iwasan na ang mga bisyo.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to meet the participating teams for the 2024 Buenas Manny Pacquiao's MPBL Season 6, presented by Extreme. First off, from the South Division, Bacolod City of Smiles. Here with us today, our team is team owner Paul Sanose, homegrown players Renzo Lamon and Miles Canyal, with assistant coach Bong Sangalang, and their muse is Miss Alicia Crizel Escultura. Your Bacolod City of Smiles.
For the MPBL's 6th season, we started with the Bacolod City of Smiles. Last year, they were in the middle of the pack. They missed out on our playoffs. So we are expecting a lot of changes in their lineup. And one good thing about Bacolod is the fact that we were able to travel there already, Mika. So we were able to experience their culture.
Here with us today are Coach Valenzuela, Captain Bo Rafael Reyes, Justin Alfonso, and Cyrus Villarena. And their muse is Miss Colleen Ramirez. Ladies and gentlemen, Bicolandia Oragons.
Bico looks promising as well. If you see their lineup, it's definitely stronger than last year.
Good to see Rafi Reyes back in the
Right.
MPBL. And the question is, as far as going up north, we might be going south to Bicol as well. That's an 11-hour ride.
We're
through
going to be
bus.
driving
Yes. But
all
it's
throughout the
certainly-
Philippines.
Yes, but it's certainly very interesting to go back there.
Binyan Tratangel Beast Motorcycle GameX. Here with us today is team manager Jojo Quanan, co-team owners Vice Mayor Jel Alonte and Bonjing Talisayon, with Rino Ruel Lopez and Poy Poy Aktub, and their muse is Miss Sheila Marie Reyes. Ladies and gentlemen, Binyan Tratangel Beast Motorcycle GameX.
There you have it. Binyan, Poy Poy Aktub.
Are
we know what
ready
he can
for
do.
another dunk show this season? Poy Poy's looking at Nika Besamis right
Right.
now. We're definitely
Alam
ready
niyang
for that.
pinag-uusapan ko siya.
And we do have a lot of great teammates leading Poy Poy Aktub in that roster for Binyan.
Next, Iloilo United Royals Coco Live. Present today are co-team owners JJ Havelosa and Jay Havelosa with JV Kapunan. And their muse is Miss Shane Masela.
It's going to be a really exciting season for Iloilo. They have Mark Nonoy.
Yes, among others.
Welcome to the MPBL.
That's the work of course, the Havelosa family. It's Jay and JJ once again leading the way for the United Royals.
Now, the Imus Agimat VA drones. Present today are Miss Ruby Navarro, John Laksaman, Richard Popovich, and CJ Duango with Coach June Daose and team manager Jericho Coco Ahero. And their muse is Miss Yen Dorano.
They're now called Agimat for the 6th season
Wow.
of the MPBL.
What a big name.
And the logo looks good. Some players here and there. CJ Luengo, by the way, has transferred from Val City onto Imo, so that could be an interesting addition for them.
Next, the Muntinlupa Cagers Paramount Logistics. Here with us today is Head of Basketball Operations, Mr. Vince Harder, Head Coach Alex Calweng, Team Captains Dave Moralde and Kevin Buenaflor. And their muse is Miss Emerald Kuya.
Coach Alex Calweng, who was the former coach of Bataan, is now going to be with Muntinlupa, Migs.
That's an interesting change for them. Coach Alex obviously is the assistant to Coach Louis Gonzalez, which means it makes him even more capable. Let's see what he can do with Dave Moralde and company.
How many more capable teams do we have coming?
Well, we have 30, that's for sure.
Next, the Negros Muscovados. Here with us today is Bonnie Garcia, Arvin Cabaling, Miguel Ramos, and Jeremy Mahinay. Ladies and gentlemen, Negros Muscovados.
Making his first appearance in the MPBL.
Dami talagang nakakagulat, Migs.
Yes. We are gladly taking these new talents.
Next, Parañaque Patriots. Here with us today are Olan Santos, Head Coach Stephen Mapera, Chris Alas, Chris Loyola, Ronald Santos, and Becky De Leon.
One person is missing in the picture, and he might just be the greatest player of all time in the MPBL. Mark Yee is now a part of this Parañaque squad.
Those are big words from you, but he deserves those words, Migs.
Next, Sarangani Marlins. Present players today are Goy Alves, King Destacamento, Carl Gaa, Joshua Roque, and Jomar Madayag. And their muse is Miss Maria Francesca Claire Espinosa.
Remember when this team surprised us last season?
Oh yeah, the Jeff Yernes show, but
Yeah.
this is looking like a different show. And might I say, big shout out to Sarangani for giving us this big entourage for our opening ceremony.
And I can just imagine what they can show us this season.
Yes.
Next, the South Cotabato Warriors. Here are team manager Merman Flores, team captains Mark Cruz and John Wilson, with the team owner Mr. Michael Pacquiao. And their muse is Miss Althea Nicole Deo Gracias. Ladies and gentlemen, South Cotabato
Called
Warriors.
Jensen, they are now the South Cotabato Warriors.
And I must say, this could be one of the strongest contenders of the South. Migs.
Right, I would totally agree. Mark Cruz and John Wilson definitely strengthened their friendship last year, so it should be a better bond as of this moment.
And did you see the performance of Kyle Tolentino in the preseason?
Yes. Interesting.
Next, the Quezon Huskers. Here with us today are Jagi Gregorio, Josel Tupaz, and team captain Gab Banal, with their muse, Miss Kate Ann Claveria. Ladies and gentlemen,
I'd like to welcome back our former MVP from the Bacoor City Strikers, now with the Quezon Huskers, Gab Banal. Let's see if he can strengthen his case once more as the greatest of all time, maybe here in the MPBL.
Here with us today, our team representative Antoinette Roque, head of basketball operations Miss Nini Arquiza, team governor Ram Ayraham, and team manager Alvin Muñoz. And their muse is Rain Orata.
Migs, I'm so excited for the Zamboanga's Master Sardines. By the way, that's their new name.
Yes, it is.
Masters Sardines. I mean, have you seen their lineup already?
Well, they
Their
do have.
backcourt.
Of course, the backcourt is still here. The Marcelino twins with Joseph Gabani, Adi Santos leading the way. But in terms of new additions, there are a lot to mention. We'll break that down in our first game later on.
And now, let's meet your 2018 MPBL inaugural season champions, Batangas City Embassy Chill. Present today is the manager Jean Alabanza, Gilbert Olea, Jong Baloria, and O'Neil Arim, with assistant coach Dino Ponce Enrile. And their muse is Miss Geraldine Buenafe.
So we have Batangas City, who will now be called Tanduay Rum Masters. Again, these are our inaugural season champions. You see O'Neil Rim representing them alongside Jong Baloria.
And finally, the MPBL Season 3 champions, the returning Davao Occidental Tigers, Coco Live! With team owner Benjamin Bautista, team manager Joey Protasio, first assistant coach Arvin Bonleon, June Manzo, and Dariel Baila. And their muse is Miss Ellie De Mesa.
It's good to have Dariel Baila back in the MPBL, but now June Manzo would be the main point guard of the Davao Occidental Tigers.
Another strong South contender right there.
They are champions after all in Season 3.
And now, let's meet the teams in the North Division. First off, the Abra Weavers. Here with us today, our team governor, Attorney Russell Bragas, team manager, Honorable Mayor Placido Eduardo Jr., and team manager, Honorable Mayor Artemio C. Donato Jr., and Clint Escamis. And their muse is Miss Barbie Imperial. Also joining the Abra Weavers is Honorable Mayor David Bernos. Ladies and gentlemen, your Abra Weavers.
Mika, I never thought that we would ever see Barbie and Prince Charming here in the MPBL.
I mean, two eye candies right in front of us right now.
Clint Escamis should lead the way as a main point guard for Coach Tantan Banal, but they do have a lot more great talent representing a new province here in our beloved league.
And Prince Charming of the 2024 MPBL season.
Bataan Risers, Kamaya Coast. Present here today is player Jason Grimaldo, team manager attorney Gary Palmero, and their muse is assistant team manager Miss Elaine Shaira R. Evangelista. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bataan Risers, Kamaya Coast.
Personally, I really like this addition, Jason Grimaldo, helping out the Bataan Risers in their front line. So that team is still mostly homegrown players, but they did have some great additions in the offseason.
I agree. Very good acquisition for Bataan.
Next, Bulacan Cuyas. Team owner Mr. Jose Antonio C. Alvarado, team manager Justin Mark Dada, and team captain Dean Paulo Hubalde with Haley John Ahero. And their muse is Miss Kiana Denise Napiza. Ladies and gentlemen, Bulacan Cuyas.
So now it's a different black and red for Paulo Hubalde representing the Bulacan Cuyas. And Mika, I heard that we might be returning to the Bulacan Capital Gym anytime soon.
And imagine what Paolo could do for the team.
Here with us today, our team manager, Mac Robert DiChandu, head coach Alex Angeles, Jigs Guadamor, and captain ball Gabby Espinas. And their muse is Miss Pia Alexa Anisiete.
Coach Alex Angeles in orange.
Oh yeah, he does look good with it, with some blue as well.
Right.
Finalist last year in the MPBL. And by the way, Mika, who's the man?
Gabi is the man.
There you go.
Now, the Manila SV Batang Sampaloc SGA. Here with us today are Ryan David Choi, Raymond Quinto, Ado Salazar, Anton Sitiar, Maxi Dayandante. And their muses are Miss Abigail Hahalya and Dr. Sam Bernardo.
Oh yeah.
I mean, have you seen this lineup?
Well, first of all, two muses. We'll take that in the opening ceremony. And then there's Paul Malalang in front of you. A lot more in this lineup of the Manila Stars who should be back into title contention.
Can I just say it? They
Go
have
ahead.
Greg Slaughter.
There you go. Among others, by the way.
Masters. Team Governors, Leo Correa. Team Manager is Dr. Rianji Pioquinto. And the present players are R.R. Casajeros and Mel Mabigat.
Change for them is the loss of their head coach. Coach Elvis Tolentino will now be coaching the South Cotabato Warriors, but they should have the same identity. These are dogs from Marikina.
Next, the Pasay Voyagers. Team governor is Leslie Ann Rubiano. Team owners are Lavin Castro and J.D. Castro. Team consultant is Miggy Ligot. Team manager Raul Bacalzo. Head coach Windel Cadiz. And present players are John Gabriel Sobrevega.
John Sobrevega recently played in the PBA 3x3 tournament, but now he is making his debut for the MPBL. Good to have him here.
Next, the Quezon City Toda Action Party List. Team Manager John Christopher Tan. Team Governor Robin Feliciano. Assistant Coach Eileen Lepornio. And with homegrown players Kim Lo and J.M. Berge. And their muse is Miss Cheska Paredes. Ladies and gentlemen, Quezon City Toda Action Party List.
Quezon City, from a bottom team here in the MPBL, should be able to qualify for the playoffs here in our 6th season.
They had a lot of challenges last season, so I'd like to see them better.
Next, Rizal Centro Mall Golden Coolers. Here with us today are team owners Landry Cruz and Cristina Cruz with Coach Mario Cotera. Joining them are J.K. Casino and Marco Balagtas.
Good to see Marco Balagtas returning to Rizal. And that's not Mix Gomez, that's J.K. Casino.
I thought you would never say it. Akala ko maglalaro ka na sa Rizal, Migs eh.
Good to see him now with Rizal, coming from the Quezon Huskers.
And now, the Tarlac United Force. Team owner is Mr. Nicanor J. Reyes IV. Team captains Robert Bartolo, Mon Mabayo, and assistant coach is Tom Ballesteros. And their muse, Miss Lucky Whitman.
Happy to see Coach Estong here in the MPBL, and this is again a new franchise that we have. Tarlac should be another province that we would be interested to visit because there's some great culture there.
And Mon Mabayo, I mean.
Forma pa lang, alam mo na.
Oo. Hindi magpapatalong itsura.
And now the Valenzuela Classics VA Cargo. With team owner Honorable Congressman Eric Martinez and Voltaire Ora. Team manager Errol Francisco. With Dennis Santos, Alfonso Gotladera, and Andre Armenion. And their muse is Miss Angelica Kang.
Now this is probably one of the best acquisitions in the offseason. Alfonso Gotladera back in the MPBL. He previously played for Pasig City. Now he teams up with Andre Armenion and the rest of Val City, who still has Darren Manligues, Michael Machon, and company.
And now, let's meet your MPBL Season 4 champions, the Nueva Ecija Rice Vanguards. Team consultant is Louis Capuno, with homegrown players Don Arenas and Clark Derigue. And their muse is Miss Vanessa Paracchio.
Don Arenas, representing Nueva Ecija today.
Of course,
It's one of their homegrowns.
Same goes for Clark Derigue. By the way, their new head coach is a champion coach as well in the MPBL in Don Dulay.
Next, our MPBL Lacan Season Champions, San Juan Knights. Team Manager Jun Osman. with their players Ron Dennison, Joseph Ubalde, and Kenneth Villapando.
As we know, we can never, ever count out the San Juan Knights in the MPBL. Season 2 champions, mostly a Final Four contender. Let's see if they can reach the finals once again.
Pag nagsasalita ka, naririnig ka talaga nila eh. No?
They do. They do.
Now, let's meet your MPBL defending champions, Pampanga Giant Lanterns, AMG3 Construction. Here with us today are assistant team managers Ronald Nulud and Raymond Guevara, with Archie Concepcion and Kurt Rayson, with assistant coach Jordan Viray, and their muse is Miss Salma Emam.
MPBL, the Pampanga Giant Lanterns.
And someone is back.
Well, Archie
And the
Concepcion.
MPBL, yes.
Kurt Rayson as well. How can we forget about Balti Baltazar and Chosenano and their newest addition, Jeff Viernes, Mr. 50 points.
And now, your opening day host province, the Pangasinan Heat Waves. Joining them are Cloyd Peter Lalas and Ed Dakiwag, team managers Honorable Mayor Brian Celeste and FJ Dilim, with co-owner former Bayambang Honorable Mayor Cesar Kiambao. Ladies and gentlemen, your Pangasinan Heat Waves.
I tell you, Mika, that backcourt of Hesed Gabo and Ed Dakiwag should be very deadly in the MPBL among the other talents that Coach Gerson Gabildes now has.
And I can't wait to see it on this first day
Yes, against
of the
Abra.
season. Yes.
That's a good matchup for later on.
And to give a short message, may we call in at the center court our beloved MPBL founder, ang nag-iisang pambansang kamao, the People's Champ, na patuloy na naglilingkod at nagmamahal sa bayan. Come on, make some noise for Senator Manny Pacman Pacquiao!
The champ is here!
Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Unang-una, nagpapasalamat ako sa ating Panginoon sa binigay niyang magandang panahon at malakas na pangatawan sa atin. Sa ating butihing Governor Monmon Guayco, sa ating Vice Governor Mark Lambino, sa ating Congressman Art Siliste, sa ating butihing Secretary Conrad Estrella, sa ating LMP President Mayor GB Bernos, Alamino City Mayor Art Brian Celeste, former Mayor Cesar Kiambao, Mayor Kevin Roy Macanlalay, former Mayor Roy Macanlalay, former Mayor Mark Roy Macanlalay, sa lahat ng ating mga councilors na nandito, hindi ko na isa-isa para hindi tayo tumagal. Sa lahat ng mga barangay captains na nandito, sa ating SK President, sa inyong lahat, magandang hapon po Sa lahat ng mga hindi ko nabati, magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Una, nandito tayo ngayon sa Pangasinan upang magdiwang at magpasalamat para sa pagbubukas ng ika-6 na season ng Maharlika Pilipinas Basketball League. Malapit sa puso ko ang Pangasinan dahil dito po nanggaling ang aking lola. Shout out to all the government officials and guests who are here. And of course, shout out sa aking mga kamag-anakan dito na mga Mejia family at sa lahat ng mga taga Calassiao. Maraming salamat po sa inyong tulong at suporta dito sa Liga ng Bawat Pilipino. The MPBL started in 2018 with 10 teams. Through the years, we have witnessed remarkable growth, and now, by God's grace, we have growth from 10 to 30 teams. Dapat lamang na tayo ay magpasalamat sa ating Panginoon. To Commissioner Kenneth Durimdes, Joe Ramos, Operations Head Emer Orita, and our Legal Counsel, Attorney Gling Gakal, thank you for going the extra mile to make MPBL bigger and stronger. Nais ko rin pasalamatan ang lahat ng ating mga partners and sponsors, pati na ang Games and Amusement Board sa kanilang walang sawang suporta sa ating liga. Hindi natin makakamit ang tagumpay ng MPBL kung hindi dahil sa inyong tulong at pagtitiwala. Malugod kong tinatanggap ang mga bagong koponan sa pamilya ng MPBL. Ang Abra, Weavers, Tarlac United Force, at ang ating opening day host, walang iba kundi ang Pangasinan Heatwaves. Binabati rin natin ang Davao Occidental Tigers, ang kampyon ng ika-4 na season sa kanilang pagbabalik ngayong taon. As your founder and chairman, I welcome all of you. Sa pagbabalik ng Davao Occidental, makita natin ang lahat ng mga kampyon mula sa unang season na maglalaro sa MPBL ngayong taon. Ang tanong, may magiging two-time champion ba kaya dito sa ating wala pang hindi pa nangyari sa MPBL yung naging two-time national champion na team kasi ang daming pagaling ng mga team. Nandiyan ang champion natin sa inaugural season, ang Batangas City. Batangas Tanduay Ram Masters, San Juan Knights, Davao Occidental Tigers, Nueva Ecija Rice Vanguards, at Pampanga Giant Lanterns. Hindi rin natin dapat baliwalain ang ating mga ibang mga team dahil nagpapalakas ang bawat isa, ang bawat koponan, lalo na ang marami sa kanila. Abangan natin mga kababayan, napakaganda na ng bakbakan ng MPBL ngayon. Ang dami na nilang mga nirecruit, kinuha ng mga magagaling na mga players. Ngayong araw, ipinagdiriwang natin ang lakas at tatag ng ating liga. Sa bawat basketball game at sa bawat sigaw ng fans sa grandstand, nararamdaman natin ang init at sigla ng ating puso bilang isang bansa. Sa bawat dribble at tira sa court, nagsisilbing inspirasyon tayo sa mga kabataan, mga kababayan na may ambisyon at determinasyon. Ang ating pangarap para sa MPBL ay simple lamang po, ang maging tanglaw sa bawat bayan, ang magbigay ng pag-asa sa mga kabataan at ang patuloy na itaguyod ang diwa ng pagkakaisa at pamamagitan ng basketball. Hindi lang ito tungkol sa pagiging kampyon sa court. Ito ay tungkol sa pagiging kampyon sa buhay. ito ay patunay na marami tayong kayang harapin basta't sama-sama tayong lahat. Ang basketball, napakalaking tulong po sa mga kabataan natin para maiwas sa mga masasamang bisyo. Gusto po natin tulungan ang ating mga susunod na henerasyon as MPBL continues to grow. We encounter challenges with utmost confidence in our coaches and players. I want to assure everyone that we do not tolerate game fixing and game manipulation. We are firm. No cheating is allowed in MPBL. We are dedicated to preserving the integrity of our games. Maasahan niyo po yan. Lagi po kaming nakatutok at may team po tayo na naglaging nakatutok sa bawat game ng MPBL. Kaya mga players, tulungan natin ang mga team owners, yung mga nagpapasweldo sa inyo na ipapakita natin yung galing natin, yung effort natin para magbigay ng magandang laro sa kupunan at magbigay ng kasiyahan sa sambayan ng Pilipino. Yan po ang hiling ko sa inyong lahat, mga players. Sa ating mga solid basketball fans, kayo ang diwa at lakas ng MPBL. Ang inyong sigaw at suporta ay nagbibigay buhay sa bawat laro. Maraming salamat sa inyong walang sawang pagmamahal sa ating liga. Moving forward, let us strengthen our commitment to excellence and unity. Together, we will continue to write the story of the MPBL, a story of growth, determination, and boundless opportunity for all. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat and good luck to this season. God bless you all.
Thank you very much to our beloved MPBL founder, Senator Manny Pacman Pacquiao.
In 5, 4, 3.
And now let's move on to the awarding for our best Muse. 5th and 4th placers will receive a consolation prize of 5,000 pesos. Our 3rd placer will receive 10,000 pesos. First runner-up will receive 20,000 pesos. And our grand winner will receive 30,000 pesos. For the 5th place, from Valenzuela Classics VA Cargo, Miss Angeli Kang. For our 4th place, your very own from Pangasinan Heatwaves, Miss Nikki Buenafe. For our 2nd runner-up to receive 10,000 pesos. From the Quezon Huskers, Miss Kate Ann Claveria. Next, our first runner-up, receiving 20,000 pesos. From the Pampanga Giant Lanterns, AMG3 Construction. instruction, Miss Salma Emham. And now for our grand winner. Sino kaya sa tingin nyo? To receive 30,000 pesos from the Abra Weavers, Miss Barbie Imperial. And to all the other participating muses will receive a consolation prize of 3,000 pesos. And to declare the opening of our games, may we call in at center court our beloved MPBL Commissioner, Captain Marbel Kenneth Duremdes.
Good evening po sa lahat. To our chairman, founder, Senator Manny Pacquiao, Governor Ramon Guico III, government officials, Pangasinan VIPs, team owners, our loyal sponsors, players and staff. Magandang hapon mga kaliga. And just like that, another brand new season of the MPBL is on us. Sino mag-aakala na aabot tayo sa 30 teams just after 6 seasons? Paganda at paangat ang competition. Teams are getting better and players also getting better. Nagpapasalamat ako sa ating chairman and founder, Senator Manny Pacquiao, sa kanyang suporta sa liga ng bawat Pilipino. Sa mga team owners for their full support and cooperation. The vision first shared by Senator Manny to all of us has spawned into something big and something special. Giving a lot of us opportunities to show our love and passion of the game. This season is bringing so much excitement dahil na din sa expansion teams natin. We have Abra Weavers led by Mayor J.V. Bernos, Tarlac United Force by Nino Reyes, and ang ating host po, ang Pangasinan Heatwaves sa pauna po ni Governor Mon Guico, and of course, former Mayor Cesar Kimbao. Welcome po kayo sa MPBL. We are also happy to welcome back former champion, the Davao Occidental Tigers. Of course, handa na din ang Pampanga Giant Lanterns in defending their crown. Pero lahat ng teams nakikita po namin na sobrang motivated para magbigay ng karangalan sa kanilang mga LGUs. Alam kong hinihintay na ng lahat ang pagsimula ng ating 2024 season. Kaya di na natin patatagalin pa. I would like to welcome everyone to the 2024 season. Mabuhay ang MPBL, ang liga ng bawat Pilipino. And now, I declare the games open. Maraming salamat Pangasinan. Maraming salamat MPBL fans. Good evening.
Thank you very much to our beloved MPBL Commissioner, Captain Marbel Kenneth Duremdes.
Yan ang liga ng bawat Pilipino sa Luzon, sa Visayas, sa Mindanao. MPBL na. Yan ang liga ng bawat Pilipino sa Luzon, sa Visayas, sa Mindanao.
All right, so there you have it, Migs. A great opening for the 2024 MPBL season.
You know what I liked about the parade is the fact that our teams were able to display their newest acquisitions.
Right.
So that's already a good preview as to who the new talents are for our squads. Big shout out to everyone who made it here in Pangasinan, to the Muses as well. Great job to them. And again, we're so excited to have our 30 teams take on the court.
Right. And you know what? Sabi nga ni Com, let the games begin. Excited
Yes.
na ako.
All right, so this is only day number 1 for the MPBL's 6th season. Just to remind everybody, it's Mondays to Saturdays. Each and every week, we have a triple header in every day that we have for the MPBL. And Mika, we did crown Best Muse for today.
Right,
And to my
right.
knowledge, she seems to be your friend.
Yeah, she is my friend, actually. Let's call on Barbie Imperial with
Okay.
us here.
Hi, Barbie. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations! You know, Mix, to be honest, she's not used to being a Muse, so she was
Oh,
really
really?
shy to come here today.
Was it your first time?
It's my second time.
So, I'd like to ask you about your experience here in the MPBL. How was it like to be a part of this crowd, going to Pangasinan to be a part of this occasion as well?
Actually, I was very excited, especially I'm representing Abra Weavers.
All right, there you have it. Thank you so much to the winner.
Congratulations,
Of Best in
Barbie.
Muse,
That's a
Barbie
good pairing,
Imperial.
by the way, with
Thank you so
Prince
much.
Charming
Yeah.
there with the Abra Weaver. Shout out to Clint Escamis, by the way.
We have
So
more beautiful girls
Oh
with
yeah,
us.
we do have.
The Muse of
Some more?
Pampanga and the Muse of Quezon.
Okay, so why don't you begin with Pampanga?
How was your trip coming to Pangasinan?
Tiring, actually. But I had McDo on the way, so I'm good.
For the hours that you had to stand up here. All right. Mix.
Now, we have Kate from the Quezon Huskers. Kate, by the way, you had a nice entourage. Ikaw lang yung may kasama na kabarong kanina dito sa MPBL opening natin. How was it like being a part of the Quezon Huskers, at least for this day?
Actually, hindi ko po in-expect kasi kanina lang nag-pass out ako kasi sobrang init. And then nagulat ako kasi tinatawag ako as winner. So, nakakatuwa po.
Well, congratulations to you, Kate. And of course, we would like to thank you for your presence here in Pangasinan. There you have it, a couple of our winners in the Best Muses.
What would you like to say to the Pampanga Giant Lanterns for this coming season?
Well, of course, we have one of the best teams out there. And I'm here to support you all the way. So I hope that Pampanga Giant Lanterns can make a back-to-back win. I'm supporting you this season.
Thank you very much.
By the way, Mika, these are great contenders in the 6th season of the MPBL, from Quezon to Abra
And to Pampanga.
There you have it. Thank you for joining us in our opening ceremony. Up next, we have the first game in the MPBL 6th season. It is Zamboanga versus Valenzuela.
Sa Visayas, sa Mindanao, sa Luzon, sa Visayas at Mindanao. MPBL, Maharlika Pilipinas Basketball League.
Orlan Pomar will score! Concepcion will fly up and under with some magic in the air.
2023 MPBL National Champions. A dominant season ends with a championship for the Pampanga Giant Lanterns. A sensational season.
On the run with Balti, and you.
The opening of the 2024 season. This league has gotten so big and has grown over the past 5 years since it started.
Taiwan! Yes, sir! Santos for 3. Yes, sir. Macaloni scores inside, and that's basket and one.
Of course, meron bagong champion ulit ang MPBL. And the MPBL trophy has been won by 4 different teams. No team has won it twice.
It is finally time for us to begin our newest journey here with our beloved Maharlika Pilipinas Basketball League, ang liga ng bawat Pilipino. And we are coming to you live from a brand new venue all the way up north here inside the Calasiao Sports Complex in Pangasinan. As we begin things with Val Chauca, the former gunner of the Bacolod City of Smiles. He will now be representing Valenzuela City as he takes on our Season 4 All-Star and Season MVP in JC Marcelino. Zamboanga are now called the Zamboanga Master Sardines, and they are considered as one of the contenders coming from the South Division. Thank you for joining us. This is Mick Gomez at your service alongside Javi Palanya. Javi, I'd like to get your thoughts about this new season in the MPBL. 30 teams, and we're going to be on air from Monday to Saturday.
You know what makes days, months leading to this season? I've been saying to everybody, this will be the most exciting season yet. All the player movement, the new teams, the returning teams. This is definitely gonna be a great 2024 for the MPBL.
I would even go as far as saying that this could potentially give us the most number of title contenders that the league has ever seen. But it's not only Javi and me on the broadcast panel for today's outing. Let's first present Andrea Indicio, who will be representing Valenzuela City in our first game. So Andrea, I'd like to get your initial thoughts, your first impressions from Val City before coming into our matchup.
Well, Migs and Javi, hindi lamang ang liga natin ang new and improved. Pati na rin itong Valenzuela Classics. Kung maaalala nyo nga, during the preseason, ang sabi nila, gusto nilang baguhin ang image or identity nila from last season. And seems like the coast is clear para nga dito sa Classics with their new players and their new coaching staff. Talaga namang mararamdaman mo na iba yung gigil nila to show noise or to make some noise in this new season. Well, at kahit nga hindi bagong team itong Valenzuela, ay paniguradong aabangan natin kung ano nga ba ang ipapakita nila. Right, gentlemen?
Well, that is definitely good to hear from Andrea. But Javi, I'd like to share to you my conversation with Krista Chavez, a returning player for Val City. I asked him what's the biggest change in your return, and he said, this year, we are contenders.
That's right. You know, they really have a contendable roster with their returning player, that Krista Chavez, and then Val Chauca, a gunner you mentioned, that represented Bacolod last year. He's going to be a big piece of this backcourt with Daryl Manliguez.
Now from Val City, let us transition on to Zamboanga, our finalists in Season 4 of the MPBL. Mika Bisamis will be reporting for that squad. Mika, ikaw naman, anong first impressions mo sa kanila?
When we talk about Zamboanga, we talk about redemption, especially for the Marcelino twins. Now, they were part of the 2022 MPBL Finals but lost to the Nueva Ecija Rice Vanguards. But this season, they are on a mission. And in Coach Louie Elasa's words, he said, Mika, gusto ko umabot hanggang dulo. So whatever that means, let's watch and see. Mix and Javi?
Well, Coach Louie is known for his defense all throughout his coaching years in the Philippines. And JC Marcelino did tell me that this is the best defensive team that he has ever been a part of in the MPBL. So now let's continue breaking down what we have in the 6th campaign of our beloved league. Let's go to our participating teams, beginning with the North Division. Javi, who can we see there?
This is a very stacked and loaded, you name it, all the adjectives that you can give in this North Division. Of course, we have the Abra Weavers, one of the new teams coming in, and you cannot discount the fact that the Manila Stars also have an explosive roster. Yeah, the same can be said for one of the newest teams, the Pangasinan Heatwaves, our host for tonight. And of course, the Tarlac United Force, they also have a very competitive lineup. And sama mo na dyan, the team that's playing today, the Valenzuela Classic. And of course, Season 4 champions, the Nueva Ecija Rice Vanguards.
There you have it. Those are the teams in the North Division. How about the South?
And in the South, of course, meron dyan yung Davao Occidental Tigers, no? They're coming back here and they're willing to make a statement here in their return to the league. Pero di mo rin pwede kalimutan, syempre, ang Zamboanga Master Sardines led by Coach Louis Alas. The Quezon Huskers have a very interesting roster led by team captain Gab Banal, who is coming back, the former MVP of the MPBL. And of course, you cannot also discount the fact that Coach Cholo Villanueva and the Batangas City Tanduay Rum Masters, with their roster and with that core, they're willing to go back into the playoffs and be competitive once again despite their aging roster.
There you have it. 3 new teams and 1 returning champion team here in the MPBL. Now, in the opening ceremony, we were able to break down the fact that there is no limit anymore as to how many ex-PBA players you can have in one squad. But you do need to provide a minimum of 3 homegrown players per squad. Now, let's proceed to more of our format with the tournament.
Yeah, that's correct, no? It's the same as per last year. It's the same this year. 30 teams right now from 29 last year, or 30 teams this year, separated into 2 divisions, so 15 squads in the North and in the South. The top 8 teams in the North and the South will advance into the playoffs, and all playoff rounds except the championship round will be a best of 3 affair, because in the championship round it will be a best of 5 series sa ating national championship.
There you have it. Not much changes in terms of our tournament format, but we are glad to have our 30 teams in our 6th season. Now let's go to the specifics into this matchup. Let's first talk about Valenzuela City. Dating back from last year, what happened in their performance?
Now, itong Valenzuela, they've been having a number of good games, no, but they haven't really been able to be consistent because they have players in and out of the lineup, and they really haven't had veteran presence in their team. Mostly last year, they were led by a lot of young guns, led by Daryl Manliguez and Mike Machon. But this year, they have the luxury of having guys like Val Chauca, Ponzo Gotladera, Dennis Santos is coming back to the fold para sa kanila. They finished 3-25, that's 15th in the North Division, and did not reach the playoffs. They're looking to be a contender, not just a team that will be competitive, a team that will contend, not just going into the playoffs, but for the championship.
Oh, they haven't contended since the first season of the MPBL. That was back then with a totally different lineup, but now they have a new captain, the former Pasig City player in Alfonso Gotladera, who, by the way, is reunited with his former Ateneo Blue Eagle teammate in Chris De Chavez.
That's correct. You know, these guys, they have somewhat chemistry going into the past, but look at that guy on your screens, Andre Armenion. He is back with Valenzuela, and he is looking to be that steady force in the backcourt to be able to share those duties with Daryl Manliguez. We know that Daryl Manliguez likes to push the basketball, likes to push the envelope and score. Andre Armenion will be the guy that will steady the ship and will make sure that everything is going smoothly. Chris De Chavez can contribute to the offense from the outside. Ponzo Gotladera is also a steady post presence. A number of guys can contribute. Same goes for Mike Machon para dito sa Valenzuela Classic.
Good for you to have mentioned Andre Armenion for Val City. He's going to have to step up today because Daryl Manliguez is out because his wife is about to give birth. So congratulations to the Manliguez family. But now let us transition onto the side of Zamboanga. Last year, they fell short in the second round.
Yeah, you know, these were the guys that were the South Division champions a year before. They finished fourth last year. They had the likes of Jodel Fuentes, but they will not be having him for this year. They fell to Bacoor in the division semifinals after conquering Quezon in the first round 2-1. But this is a much different lineup. You mentioned this is Coach Louis Alas's team. He will be in it for the first full season dito sa MPBL. This will be a very defense-oriented squad led by
former MVP JC Marcelino. You have new guards in Renzo Sobido. Former CSB Blazer Robbie Naive will also be contributing to the teeth in the defense for the Zamboanga Master Sardines. And of course, we can't forget the guys inside, Adi Santos and their post presence, Joseph Gabain.
They also have some more help in the front line. Ray Publico is back in the MPBL, and Mark Omega has transitioned from Parañaque onto Zamboanga. You mentioned Renzo Subido. I asked him before this game, how's your health? And he said, I'm back to how I was in my UST form.
Yeah, that's been the problem for him, especially in the latter part of his career. At hindi lang si Mark Omega ang nag-transfer from the Parañaque Patriots. Also, J. Boy Solis has come into the fold. And we cannot forget former Pampanga Giant Lantern Jason Apolonio will be lending his guns to the Zamboanga Master Sardines.
There you have it. We present to you the opening game of the MPBL 6th season, Zamboanga versus Valenzuela, as now we turn you over to Miguel Perey.
A very good evening once again to everybody, and we are still here at Calasiao Sports Complex. Tonight's first game features Valenzuela and Zamboanga on the opening day of the 2024 Buenas Manny Pacquiao's MPBL Season 6, presented by Extreme. Let's meet our starters. First off, for Valenzuela Classics, VA Cargo. One guard, number 18, Andre Armenion. Also at guard number 31, Nem De La Cruz. Small forward number 24, Dennis Santos. Power forward number 15, Mike Machon. And at center number 34, Alfonso Gotladera. Valenzuela Classics VA Cargo is led by the team owner known as the Coach Guzman, Valenzuela City 2nd District Honorable Congressman Eric Martinez, together with Aldrin Morante.
Are you ready?
Now, the starting five for Zamboanga Masters Sardines. Power forward number 16, Adi Santos. The other forward, number 99, John Mahari. Starting at center, number 22, Joseph Gabaini. One guard, number 18, Joseph Terso. And a two guard, number 11, JC Marcelino. Head coach for the Zamboanga Master Sardines is Louis Alas. Referees for this ball game are crew chief Jay Castroverde, umpire 1 June Makailo, and umpire 2 Maynard Centeno. Fourth man is Carol Guay. This game is held under the supervision.
Presenting the starters for first two teams in MPBL Season 6. For Val City, we have Andre Armenion with Nem De La Cruz, Fonzo Gotadera, Dennis Santos, and Mike Machon. And for Zamboanga, we have Joseph Terso, JC Marcelino, John Mahari, and their two big men, Joseph Gabaini and Adi Santos. We are coming to you live from a new venue here in the MPBL, all the way up inside the Calasiao Sports Complex in Pangasinan. And Javi, I'd like to get your opening thoughts, your early expectations for these two squads.
We mentioned the guards in our pregame lineup para dito sa Zamboanga Master Sardines. One guard that we failed to mention in our pregame discussion is former Makati guard Joseph Terso, who is also with Zamboanga as JC Marcelino opens up the scoring festivities here in this game. This will be definitely a very defense-oriented squad, just as I said in the pregame. Coach Louis Alas will make sure that they will get their offense from their defense. This is a very fast-paced team. You look at the team composition, a lot of guys who can push and handle the basketball.
How about the pressure being shown to us by Zamboanga, but that three-pointer goes in for Dennis Santos.
That's something that they kind of lacked last year. Actually, in previous years, Valenzuela has never been known to be a good outside shooting team, and Dennis Santos will definitely lend a big hand in that department.
Might I say, as Marcelino misses that jumper, Val City is pretty tall.
That's correct.
It's Santos with Machon and Gotladera as Dennis fires and scores.
He is so used to those catch and shoot opportunities, knocking down his second three-point shot of the game. And although he spent a lot of time in the 3x3 circuit, he's still very much used to playing the 5-on-5 game. Nakikita naman natin yan sa kanyang start dito sa laro na to.
Val City is off to a great start here. I did mention that Krista Chavez is expecting them to contend in this year's campaign, and they're not even complete as of yet in this game. Now, this three-point shot is brought to you by Extreme One-Stop Shop Appliances. Catch and shoot for Dennis Santos. Before this game, we were having a conversation about the ball used in this game.
Yeah, that's correct. And we said it could be kind of slippery, but apparently Dennis Santos has no qualms or problems about it right now. 2 of 2 from three-point range.
Just so everybody knows, it's a new ball. So we can't blame anyone for this. As Andre Armenion passes the ball inside and Machon will finish.
He has always been known to be a great facilitator, especially off the bounce. Andre Armenion, I think that's something that they lacked last year. Of course, Daryl Manliguez did a good job of leading the backcourt, but there was nobody steady like Andre Armenion. Nakikita mo naman yung facilitating power niya sa laro na to.
And it's good to have him healthy here in the MPBL, as now we get to see our first foul of the game. Joseph Terzo will proceed to the stripe.
Armenion didn't have a lot of playing time last year with Imus because of the loaded lineup, and of course also because of his health that you mentioned. Look at that pass, getting by 3 defenders with that semi-spin and then leaving it for Mike Machon for that deuce underneath.
Val City is truly testing the defense of Zamboanga in this game. As now Joseph Terzo will shoot his first free throw, and he makes it. He did mention he's a transferee from Makati, which means he's used to being a part of a winning culture.
Exactly, and he was also part of that Davao squad that won the championship years back. So this is a guy who brings winning experience. This Zamboanga team looking to get their first ever national championship after they fell short against Nueva Ecija a couple of years ago.
I just hope that Joseph won't miss Coach Don Dulay too much. Coach Don is now with the Nueva Ecija Rice Vanguards. Got Ladera in trouble. There's Santos wide open. Fake, 2 dribbles, step back. That looks good.
So fluid, so smooth. Did not force the issue with a third three-point shot. Instead, he decides to put the ball on the deck, attacks the defense, steps back, and squishes another jumper, this time inside the yard.
Valenzuela hasn't missed in this game. And Dennis Santos is 3 out of 3. 6 on the shot clock. Gabaini goes to Mahari. John penetrates. He hangs in the air and misses. Good offensive rebound, and that is what Adi Santos does.
That's the reason why guys like Adi Santos always have a job here in our league. It's because you need these guys to be able to pull you upside. These are guys who play specific roles, bang bodies inside, and hustle for those loose balls, get you those offensive rebounds, and get you extra possessions.
Now Adi Santos has a chance to trim the lead down to 3, as now he just got to see Kenneth Alas for the first time. So I assume he's the son of Coach Louie.
He is, definitely.
The other son, by the way, is also watching. You know him? The
Which
phenom
one?
right now
Kiefer?
in the high school ranks.
He's pretty good, bro. I mean, he's something else, especially internationally.
10-7, 3 minutes gone by. Mike Machon gives it up to Fonzo Gotladera. The spin, he stops and he travels.
This is a good opportunity for Gotladera to get his feet wet once again. He hasn't seen professional basketball action for quite some time. He's been in and out of teams in the PBA, but now he has a good opportunity to be able to play significant minutes for returning Valenzuela coach Aldrin Morante, who last year was with Muntinlupa.
But for Fonzo Gotladera, even though, as you mentioned, he hasn't played for quite a while, the leadership will always be
Definitely.
there. JC drives, JC scores, basket and 1.
Right on too, you mentioned leadership, and who better to emulate that kind of trait? JC Marcelino using that 2-man game with Joseph Gabaini on the left side, reading the defense so well. He attacked the drop coverage, went to his strong side, and finished with a contact.
He's one of those guys wherein you try to force right, but whatever you do, it's really hard. As now we turn you over to Andrea Endicio.
Sabi ni Coach Aldrin Morante, goal namin buhay ng aming fans as Valenzuela is the basketball capital of the Philippines. This year, they want to be a contender, and so they made sure to get some much-needed preparation. Sumali sila ng preseason, had a couple of tune-up games, And they even flew to Davao, joined the Pocket Tournament for the Araw ng Davao at Yagdao, all for the goal of meeting their 100% for the MPBL. Concern lang ni Coach Aldrin, his boys are strong individually but they have to play more as a team. Sabi niya nga, together we are strong, divided we fall. Fun fact, Coach Aldrin is actually back in his old uniform as he used to coach Valenzuela back in Season 4. The lesson to his boys and to all of us as well, wherever you are, whatever you do, you have to make sure that you are giving the best that you can do. Back to you guys.
That's great to hear because time together is such a crucial factor in the MPBL, especially for Val City, which has seen a lot of changes with its players, its coaches in the past couple of years.
Oh, you talk about change. Definitely a good change happening for them in this game. Dennis Santos is red hot with 11 points. He hasn't missed in this game.
Here he is again. Santos looks, step back, three-pointer, short. That's his first miss. Rebound for JC. Zamboanga has a chance to grab the lead. Joseph Terzo wide open. That's too easy.
Just like Andre Armenion, Joseph Terzo, great facilitator, but he can hit those open shots when you leave him that much space.
This should be a testament as to how great of a team Zamboanga is. Despite the hot shooting of Val City, they just grabbed the lead. 15-13, Joseph Terzo, welcome to another home in the MPBL. We'll be back.
We are back at the Calasiao Sports Center for your Maharlika Pilipinas Basketball League. One question I asked Coach Louie Alas was how he plans to compete with bigger lineups. He said that's exactly his main focus for the season, to contain the bigs of opposing teams through using different personnel, using double team or zone. So I asked, which players do you plan to push this season to help you with that goal? And he said in the backcourt, it would be Renzo Subido and Joseph Terzo. And for the front line, it would be Joseph Gabayni, Adi Santos, and Ray Publico. He needs at least 5 guys in double figures per game. Unfortunately, no Chito Jaime for a month due to a fractured ankle. Mix and Javi.
5 players in double figures per game. That's going to be a good level for Zamboanga to try to reach. But we just saw a three-pointer, by the way, from Oren Katakutan. Good to have him back with Val City as well.
Katakutan once played for Nueva Ecija, although he wasn't really used under Coach Gerson Cabiltes. Under Coach Aldrin Morante, he played very great in the preseason tournament a year ago.
Wow, that's a beautiful move by Andre Armenion.
Armenion making good passes in the first few possessions, and that's why the defense kept guessing what was he gonna do. That time he found an opportunity to score, just like Publico does.
Nice feed by JB Marcelino, but now it's an outlet pass, the leak out for Andre Armenion. Good recovery for Zamboanga, and now Publico gets the steal.
That's an errant pass coming from Andre Armenion, a little bit too weak.
Ooh, one more bounce. Pitch perfect for Ray Publico, and that's gonna count for Kenneth Alas.
You just love having a guy like Ray Publico for Zamboanga. Veteran player, a guy who doesn't really force anything. He knows what to do, especially on the break. That time, seeing Alas on the other side, threading the needle and getting it for an easy 2 points.
I did ask Ray Publico, what changed in the past couple of years for you? And he said, more experience playing basketball, and it allowed me to have better reads in the game. There you have it. A prime example for Ray Publico. Welcome back to the MPBL for him. And now Kenneth Alas will shoot his first free throw in our beloved league. We just saw some substitutions as we get to see that air ball. So now we have Renzo Subido on the court with Val Chauca. And is that TJ Payawal? Yes, that is. Played for UE. And number 6 for Val City is Alexander Nazer Mohammed. Chauca inbounds. TJ back to Val. This is a nice matchup. Chauca versus Subido. A steal. Mark Omega. Alley-oop to Renzo. It's usually the other way around. Renzo Subido back in his USD form. There you go.
I had the opportunity to watch Renzo grow from his high school years all the way here to his professional basketball days. Playing for La Salle Zobel when I was in my last year in the UAP Juniors, he was already a great scorer. But the thing for him, especially in the years leading up to him going pro, was his maturity and his willingness to play on the other side of the basketball, on the defensive side.
Well, Mika did mention he's going to be a big tool in stopping the bigs of their opponents. As now Chauca gets an easy layup.
You mentioned that matchup of Chauca and Subido in the backcourt. Two guys who are dynamic scorers, but also can set up the table for their squads.
Here's Subido working with Mark Omega. Renzo fakes right. Omega onto Ray Publico, who definitely has that shot. In and out. Katakutan on the move. Katakutan. There's a foul.
The thing with Valenzuela this year makes compared to previous years, especially last year, is they have so much firepower now offensively. They used to go into games with just potential, you know, a lot of young guys, but this year, so much people willing to do the work offensively.
Speaking of offense, this play of the game is brought to you by Buenas. Andre Arminion showing us what he can do, driving left and finishing with his right hand as Katakutan just shot his first free throw for Coach Aldrin Morante. You talked about their offensive firepower. Wala pa po si Daryl Manligues sa larong ito. So we can watch out for more for Val City.
Yeah, with the way things are looking for them here so far in this opening game of the season, it's going to be scary when they welcome Manligues to the fold. By the way, congratulations once again to Daryl and his wife.
Publico going to Subido. One more feed, and Omega gets an easy two.
Mark Omega transferring from Perpetual Help to Letran for next year's NCAA season. He will be spending his residency year here with the Zamboanga Masters Sardines. A big addition para kay Coach Louie Alas.
We have a timeout. The score is 26-22 with 2 minutes and 17 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Back inside the beautiful Calasiao Sports Complex. You just saw Coach Tantan Banal wearing light blue. He will be representing the Abra Weavers as they take on the Pangasinan Heat Waves later tonight. Commissioner Kenneth Durendes is watching at the sideline. Just opened our 6th season of the MPBL. Great pass. Subido back to JV, and there's the finish.
Great patience exhibited by the green shirts on that play. They did not force the issue, waited for the perfect opportunity to get an easy basket. Marcelino, the other Marcelino, finishing those 2 points.
What a high-scoring game so far. Our two teams are shooting 70% from the field. Great defense by Alas. Turnaround for CJ, and Payawal will score.
Everybody from this Valenzuela team just showing their wares on the offensive side of this floor. Everybody proving to us that they can shoot the basketball.
Renzo Subido. He spins, almost traveled. JV, 9 on the shot clock. Publico going left. Feed to Kenneth. Alas with a pull-up, that's short. Chauca with a rebound, and here he is on the run. Chauca, kick out the Chavez. Short. That was one of the best looks that we've seen so far. And now there's a foul away from the ball.
That was too much space given to Chris De Chavez, but thankfully that shot did not go in para kay De Chavez. And a little bit of frustration on the other side, committing a foul away from play.
Unfortunately for Val City, they're now in the penalty as John Mahari returns for Kenneth Alas.
You can understand there's some type of frustration for De Chavez coming in from the 3x3 game back to the 5-on-5 and wanting to contribute right away. So a little bit in a hurry, but he has to take his time, be patient. The looks will come, especially with great guards in the backcourt led by Andre Armenion, who has been playing well and facilitating greatly para sa kanilang koponan. And Val Chauca coming off the bench, also doing a great job.
This free throw is brought to you by Extreme Appliances, ang subok at kompletong appliance brand ng Pilipinas. Boy, did I miss saying that. We are so happy to be back. Thank you for joining us here in the 6th season of the MPBL.
Yes, makes so much storylines, so much plots to unveil and unfold. This is just day one. Imagine, we're going to be here until December.
Right. Monday to Saturday, 3 games a day. And we have farther venues, which means we have more communities to tap, we have greater crowds, or more crowds to witness in the MPBL as Val Chauca shows us what he can do.
That just goes to show you that, well, it was mentioned in our pregame that, or in one of Andrea's reports, that Valenzuela is the basketball capital of the Philippines. Well, I could say that the Philippines is the basketball capital of Asia.
Oh, I love that. Akala ko sabihin mo, Philippines is the basketball capital of the Philippines. 28-27, we just saw a foul with 33 seconds remaining before the end of one.
You can see here early on, both teams, they're playing intense defense, and they're also very willing to give that ball away. The ball movement from both squads has been very impressive. Check out the assists here, 15 assists between these two squads, 7 for Valenzuela, 8 for Zamboanga. That's a very big number for the first quarter, especially with our score here, 28-27.
On pace for 60, we'll gladly take that as Publico converts on his first free throw. 3 points now for the returning player in the MPBL. The last time we saw him, he was with Iloilo. Second free throw is good, and now J-Boy Solis replaces his longtime teammate in Mark Omega. He did mention those two came from Parañaque.
I also shared some years with Olivares College at the collegiate level. J-Boy Solis was once an MVP with the Sea Lions.
That was a very unfortunate pass for Val City. Turnover at the backcourt. So with 30 seconds remaining, it's another chance for Zamboanga to convert.
Now that's something you can expect from this Zamboanga squad. They will pressure 40 minutes every game, and they do not care about the other squads.
12 on the shot clock. Renzo Subido. Down to 24 seconds. Publico, kick out to JV. Marcelino, one more pass. Ray turning around and scoring.
Another possession of immensely great ball movement para dito sa Zamboanga. Nobody forcing the issue.
Down to 7 seconds. Chris De Chavez back to Chauca. Their usual finisher, or the usual finisher, as they turn the ball over. Subido from half court. That's no good. And we will end the first quarter with a score of 32-27.
What an opening quarter for these two squads. Andre Armenion orchestrating beautifully para dito sa Valenzuela Classic, setting up numerous shots coming from Dennis Santos, who now has 11 points in this game. A lot of other players also contributing for their side, but former MVP JC Marcelino also showing out here in the opening quarter.
Field goal shooting at 70% still for Zamboanga and Val City. They're in a new venue, they have a new ball to play with, but it's no problem for our professional players. It's a 5-point advantage for Zamboanga after one. What a return it has been so far for the MPBL. We saw a total of 59 points scored in the first 10 minutes between Val City and Zamboanga. The Master Sardines squad have the advantage. It's 5 points as of this moment. Thank you for joining us. This is Mix Gomez at your service alongside Javi Palanya with Mika Besamis and Andrea Endicio. Jeric Diego, her shot, first make.
Quite a tight situation right there for Jeric Diego, but luckily he got to kiss it off the glass. Not sure if he called back, but that's 2 points that they're going to take.
Might I say he has great dedication to the numbers 8 and 2. Dahil nakuha ni Chris De Chavez ang jersey number 28. He's forced to wear 82 as now there's a foul inside.
Well, that's a veteran's luxury, you know.
Yeah.
You're going to have to give it to Chris. But, you know, Jeric Diego is going to be valuable for Coach Alden Morante, especially with the long season that we're going to have coming off the bench, providing the energy at that 3, 4, 5 spot. He's going to be a guy that will get loose balls and be physical with the opposing team's front court players.
And again, he is a homegrown, so there's a lot of pride for him representing Val City. First free throw missed by Adi Santos. The lead is 3 points. JB gets ready to box out. He just sent J-Boy Solis by the half-court line to try to cover Val Chauca. Second free throw for Adi is good.
Well, historically, he really hasn't been a very good free throw shooter throughout his career. Last year, averaged 53.1% from the line. And now that's a pity considering how much fouls he's able to fish, especially when he gets those loose balls off offensive rebounds.
I remember how my college professor told me before that when you have something rated at 50%, it's basically a toss coin for you.
That's
if
correct.
you put it in that context, it might even highlight just how low that number is. As Jeric Diego makes the jumper, that's his second basket.
This Valenzuela Classic team, they just arrived today, this morning, but it doesn't look like they seem fatigued or tired from the journey because they are really firing from all cylinders right here, just exchanging leads here in the first half with Zamboanga.
Jeric Diego faking, he needs a teammate. There's Val Chauca way up top. Two-man game. Val, double team, cross court, good feed. Andre to the corner. Katakutan could not split the D. And here comes JV Marcelino. On to J-Boy Solis, who almost traveled. Back to JV, turn around, in and out.
Sorry, miss right there, but good find by J-Boy Solis. JV Marcelino getting good position on that baseline, just in and out on the jumper.
Oh, Mahari fell down. Miss for Val City, almost a good follow by Katakutan. Another offensive rebound, no foul. And Mahari gets the board.
A great combination at the wing spots for Valenzuela here with this kind of lineup. Mashon and Katakutan in the wings.
Mahari wide open. Short, an air ball for him.
And not really his cup of tea, but he was left wide open. So much space to take it.
Mashon, hounded by Adi Santos, no foul.
Hey, he was trying to initiate the contact. Good non-call by our baseline referee.
JV escapes, another miss. Now the percentages are getting lower. Arminion, Katakutan for 3. In and out. Val City, ooh, turnover. Val Chauca apparently stepped out of bounds.
I think it was kind of a poor decision for Oren Katakutan to just wait for that basketball behind the three-point line. Andre Arminion was telling him to go inside and cut near the basket. He could have gotten a good pass, a bullet pass for an easy 2 points in transition.
Couple of subs here. Joseph Gabayni checks in. And now we're seeing this guy for Zamboanga, Ray Joey Barcuma. As you also get to see our turnover story, 8-2 in favor of Zamboanga. Nice cut. Barcuma unfortunately stepped out of bounds. Have you covered him before?
I haven't seen him. This is the first time I'm seeing Ray Barcuma throughout my career. But the fact that he's getting early playing time here for Coach Louie Elas means that he can deliver something significant on the floor for the Zamboanga Master Sardines. You know, the good thing with Coach Louie's system is when you play great defense, you're rewarded with a lot more playing time. And this defense gets you offense with easy 2 points on the other side.
Oh, he looks like it. He looks like a defensive player as Val City misses. Forward pass. Here come the Master Sardines. JV with an easy finish. That's JC Marcelino.
He reminds me so much of myself when I was still playing. You know, a guy who just came in, brought energy off the bench, especially on the defensive side of the floor. He's just really trying to pressure, and he forces a turnover here against Andre Armenion, who usually is a guy who is very steady handling that basketball.
We also have to appreciate the build of this guy. He's now flexing as a part of their play. Mr. Barkuma. Boy, is he loaded.
Stocky guard, you know, who just really looks like he has so much to give energy-wise.
JC against a taller defender. Marcelino escapes. And again, that's his strong side.
You know what? I heard JJ Redick saying the other day, I think it was one of those podcasts that he had with LeBron James.
Nice steal.
Marcelino gets the steal. Maybe we'll talk about it more later on.
Now,
about
JC, by the way, has 15 points in this game. And more importantly, it's now an 8-point advantage for Zamboanga. This is the biggest lead so far in this matchup. Javi, break down the steal.
Steal right there by JC Marcelino. Bayawal not too careful right there bringing down that basketball. That's easy pickings for the former MVP.
JC Marcelino last year was a member of the All-MPBL first team. He was also an MPBL All-Star. 5 rebounds, 5 dimes, 2 steals, 15 points per game. But now Javi in this game, he already has 15.
He is on pace to get 30 in this game. And you know, JC Marcelino, he has always been a guy to be an all-around player, a guy who can get those rebounds, dish out assists, but at the same time be a big-time scorer. And I think we're seeing JC Marcelino getting the game ball here as he gets past the 1,000-point mark.
To my knowledge, it's exactly 1,000 points now for JC Marcelino in the MPBL. 3 seasons needed for this guy to reach 4 digits in terms of scoring in our beloved league. He was our season and all-star MVP in the 4th campaign of the MPBL. And this year, with this new look, Zamboanga squad, the sky is the ceiling for them.
And you know, despite the additions here for Zamboanga, this still continues to be JC Marcelino's team, and he will continue to be a force as he's shown here in their first game. He will be able to lead the Zamboanga squad to supremacy in the Southern Division. Zamboanga will be forever indebted to him.
Well, you have been talking about defense to offense for Zamboanga. That is the style of play of JC, who almost got another steal.
And that's why he's the perfect guy to lead this squad. And I'm sure Coach Louie Alas knows that. That's why he puts a lot of trust on JC Marcelino to be able to be that guy, to be the perfect example for his teammates on both sides of the basketball.
Now, did JJ Redick talk about JC Marcelino in his podcast?
No, he didn't talk about JC Marcelino, but we were talking about how JC was still able to go to his strong side a lot, especially here in this opening game. But, you know, JJ Redick mentioned that great players, even though you know what's coming, because in the NBA as well, where scouting really has been so good, you know the tendencies of the players, especially the star players. You scout them throughout their careers, but still they are able to make their moves because they're able to find ways to be able to still perform those exact moves that they're known for.
By the way, JC just got his 2nd consecutive foul, so he will have to sit down. Roby Naive makes his debut in the MPBL. By the way, was a teammate to the Marcelino twins back in his Lyceum days. He then eventually played for CSB. Dennis Santos, air ball. Gotladera gets the board. One more chance. Nem de la Cruz, specialty of the house.
Great to see Nem de la Cruz finally have a home here with the Valenzuela Classic. Previously played for the Sarangani Marlins, but Coach Aldrin Morante has heaped praises on Nem de la Cruz, and he's a guy who can really shoot it from the outside and play defense as well.
Robbie Naive. First shot, first miss, and here's Fonzo. Another pass, Pasion, lost the handle. Turn around, no good. Battle inside, that's off of Joseph Gabaini.
A good trail job by Mike Machon, and an even better pass coming from Dennis Santos in that fast break opportunity para sa Valenzuela Classic. Unfortunately, he just fumbled that rock, but they will keep possession here with the fresh 14 on their shot clock.
Now, Joseph Gabaini was trying to plead his case. That being said, we have to talk about the challenge rule in this season.
Now, for this season, we still have a coach's challenge, and for this year, the coach's challenge, if it is successful the first time that you use it, you're still going to be able to have another one later in the game. But if the coach's challenge you use is unsuccessful, that will be it for the rest of the match.
Back with Zamboanga. Kenneth Alas against this zone by Val City. Hook shot, no good. And it's out of bounds in favor of the White Shirts.
We just got word from one of our analysts, Coach Louis Gonzalez, who battled it out with a lot of the NCAA players here on the floor. Ray Barcuma is from Perpetual Help, and he really is a pesky defender, according to Coach Louis.
I'm going to have a conversation with that guy the next time we cover, maybe even at halftime, as now Barcuma takes a breather. Pasok dito ang homegrown ng Kobe Bryant ng Zamboanga. That is Choi Ignacio, who will have to stop Dennis Santos. Valchalco hounded again by Renzo Subido. Adamson versus UST right now. Chauca needing a teammate. Miscue. 14 on the shot clock. Naive defending De La Cruz. And here's Gotladera. Nice matchup. That's a walk.
Still a little bit off timing on his usual moves, itong si Fonso Gotladera. But, you know, as the season goes along, I'm sure Fonso will be able to get back his groove. This is something that he's used to doing, but because he's been away from 5-on-5 action for so long, got called for a travel.
And he does have a wall in front of him. It's Joseph Gabaini, as he got to look at Coach Aldrin Morante. Subido, Naive to the right, Ignacio, that's his shot, short. Ball tapped away in favor of Zamboanga.
A lucky break right there for the guys in white. Valenzuela shifting to sort of a zone right there on that last play, leaving Choi Ignacio wide open for that three.
Oh, nice screen for Joseph Gabaini. Sorry, miss. But it became even better for the green shirts.
And now for Valenzuela, they're experiencing lack of communication on the defensive end after playing superb and keeping toe-to-toe with Zamboanga in the first quarter. They're in some kind of slump here on both sides of the floor. Offensively, they're not able to set up as well, not being able to move that rock. And Zamboanga is really giving them a lot of problems right now with their ball movement.
But now let's move the rock onto Andrea Endicio.
Nagbabalik sa MPBL but now in red and white, none other than Fonzo Gotladera. According to him, he sees light in this team. Speaking of light, when he saw a ray of opportunity to go back here in the MPBL, he really did. Sabi niya, it's the involvement of the fans that pulls him back to this league. Aside from playing, alam niyo ba that Fonzo actually loves doing charity work by teaching basketball to kids in Quezon City. During breaks, he does it almost every day, but now that he's busy with MPBL, he makes sure to do it at least once or twice a week. It's his way daw of giving back to the game he loves, and at the same time, mas naiintindihan niya daw ang coaches niya with this experience. Basketball clinics are normal, but to make it part of his routine is something to be applauded. Right, guys?
That is definitely true. You will actually be a smarter player once you start coaching. As now we have a challenge on the last foul on Ray Publico. But after what Andrea said about Fonzo Gotladera, let's just hope that his playing as well would be at the better condition. Would you actually say that his shape right now could improve?
Oh yeah, definitely. I've seen Fonso ever since he was playing high school for San Beda. That those dominant teams under Coach Atoba Dolato, eventually Coach Britre Roma. Fonso has always been a force inside the paint, and you mentioned earlier a great leader. So that's something that he can bring to the table. And as the season goes along, his physical conditioning will improve, and he's gonna be able to move better, especially inside the paint.
So we can actually call him Coach Fonzo.
Yeah.
Gotladera. And back in the day when he was playing for Pasig City, that was a nice lineup that had Jeric Teng, Robbie Manalang, even Nick Velasco was once upon a time part of that squad. So now he's wearing red and black, as Andrea just mentioned. It's 41-34 in the second quarter.
Familiar colors for him, actually.
How was that?
Oh, he played for San Beda before he moved
before
to
blue and
Ateneo
white.
in college.
I didn't know that there's black with San Beda.
Red and white.
Red and white.
The black sometimes.
Okay, let's see. This was really a foul or an acting job by Mike Machon.
Good sell job by Machon, definitely. There wasn't much force exerted there by Ray Publico. I'd love to see the other angle of that play, but on that camera angle, I don't think that should have been a block against Publico.
There you see the defensive master, Coach Louis Alas, second season with Zamboanga, but last season he came in late, so his window was quite short into having these adjustments for Zamboanga. That was already nearing the playoffs, and they fell short. There's his son, the high school prodigy, at the back.
The challenge was unsuccessful.
Challenge unsuccessful.
That's interesting. And there could have been some contact from the reverse side that we did not see from the backside of Ray Publico that our referees saw that warranted a blocking foul, which puts Machon at the line because Zamboanga is already above the limit.
Mike Machon last year was a double-double machine, especially at the start of the season for Val City. There you see his fall after
Okay,
a hit.
I retract my statement. That was quite the hit from Ray Publico.
Well, he did raise his forearm.
Yeah.
Mike Machon before this game told me that he's very happy to have a lot of veterans to learn to. Mahirap din kasi na bago ka sa MPBL and then you have a very young lineup. A lot of pressure on your shoulders. He's happy to sit back and just listen to Fonzo Gotladera, Krista Chavez, Dennis Santos and company. Second free throw, no good. Rebound, Publico. 4 minutes remaining in the second quarter. Things have normalized here in this game. Our two teams are shooting at a 50% clip after it was at 70% in the opening frame. Good defense by Fonzo. Chauca using the screen. Kick out De La Cruz against Naive. Back to Coach Fonzo. Hand off to Dennis. Santos. Gotladera. One more feed. De La Cruz fires and misses. Great effort by Mike Machon. Dennis Santos saw some daylight. 9 on the shot clock. He leans in. No foul. Fonzo with a rebound. That's a miss. One more offensive board, and there's a foul on the ground.
Out-hustled right there were the Zamboanga Master Sardines by the Valenzuela Classic. Multiple possessions for the guys in white. And no one from Zamboanga really exerting or matching that effort by Valenzuela to be able to get those loose balls. That's why Coach Louis Alas will insert Mark Omega and Ali Santos back into the game to make sure that they don't give up too much offensive rebounds for the remainder of this quarter.
Val City does have a +10 in terms of rebounding in this game, as now we turn you over to Mika Bisamis.
I haven't seen Renzo Subido this serious about his conditioning. He works out several times a day. I would actually bump into him in some events, pero ngayon daw zero, gym bahay lang. I asked about this great responsibility of helping JC Marcelino, and he said JC's already a great player, but he is always the focal point. So I'm here to help. As to Coach Louis, he said he is a father figure, but more of a friend to me. The best lesson you get around him is good habits. That habit is seen from Renzo tonight. Migs and Javi?
That's a nice report. Renzo Subido did say that he's back to his college conditioning shape. And tama na muna sa mga events na yan. If you're Renzo Subido. Ito si Javi, madalas din niya makasalubungin eh.
Oh,
si
yeah.
Ginoong Subido.
And you know, that's why it's so refreshing to be able to see him perform like this. It gives me UR flashbacks of the time that he hit that three-point shot against Bright Akweti when he was still playing for UST against my very own UP Fighting Maroons.
You know what I can't wait for? Zamboanga versus Mindoro.
Oh,
because Paul Desiderio is now in the MPBL. But we'll have to wait for that. As now Val Chauca sets up the play. That's a good defender in front of him. Robbie Naive. 7 on the shot clock. Val kick out. Good defense. Subido goes down. No foul. Gotladera will fire. No good. And a chance to run. Zamboanga has numbers. Naive. Stop and pop. Air ball. Battle inside. How about the effort by Coach Alfonso Gotladera? Oh, Mega and Monzo still battling for that ball.
But you gotta love the intensity from both squads, showing a lot of passion here. We're just in day one, the first game of the season, and both teams really putting everything out on the floor. You see here Gotladera and Adi Santos, eventually Mark Omega battling for that loose ball. You could just really appreciate these players diving for those basketballs on the ground.
But what say you in terms of trying to get that ball after the whistle?
You know, sometimes it's players trying to get into the head of the guy with the basketball. Sometimes there's some hidden vendetta in that kind of approach. You know, sometimes you gotta play it smart. So it really falls on the player to be able to perform and make smart decisions when they're inside the court.
Oh, that was a tough move for Val Chauca, going right with the shot clock winding down. He got fouled. Chauca will proceed to the stripe. He has 5 points so far in this game.
Chauca has been playing extended minutes off the bench so far here in the second quarter.
This free throw is brought to you by Extreme Appliances, ang subok at kumpletong appliance brand ng Pilipinas. Val Chauca last year was a stud for Bacolod City. He eventually did not finish out the season, so let's hope that he can have a full season here with Valenzuela.
He actually was supposed to be part of the Quezon Huskers roster for this season, but eventually made the transfer to Valenzuela last minute before our opening today. And you know, I had a conversation with him before this game, and he said he was really happy where he is right now, and he's very comfortable, and he's really trusting that this roster will be able to compete with the other squads, especially in a crowded division like the North.
Renzo Subido now passes on to Choi Ignacio. 6 on the shot clock. Bounce pass, Omega, nice feed to Adi Santos.
This is a testament to the chemistry that they have developed in the long time that they have been practicing together. Talking about the Zamboanga Master Sardines. Omega getting a good feed inside.
What a scramble. Santos fires and scores. Napaganda pa para sa Val City.
Welcome back to the fray, Mr. Santos, after getting cold the first few minutes of the second when he got off the bench after his initial rest. That's his first three-point shot, and here he is with a steal.
Dennis Santos, he is fouled. Not unsportsmanlike as of yet, but referee Jay Castroverde will be reviewing it. That was the idea all along of Choi Ignacio. He did see the long strides of Dennis Santos.
Well, if I'm Choi Ignacio, I wouldn't really regret what I did. If your intention was to stop the fast break, that was a basketball play for me, not really an intentional foul that could merit an unsportsmanlike call. But you know what the rule is? It's not really the intention, but the action on the floor.
Let's see what happened. Let me get your opinion.
And there you go. He was going for the basketball, but excessive contact happened. And that's why referee Jay Castroverde, after the review, will be calling this an unsportsmanlike foul. And then take a look at this again. He was going for the ball, but there was so much more contact on the body that could have harmed Dennis Santos.
It's actually an art. I've seen LA Tenorio do that a lot of times, but you really have to be sneaky with it. So now Santos proceeds to the stripe. He is the leading scorer after all of Val City in this game. A couple of subs. J-Boy Solis returns to join Kenneth Alas, Joseph Terzo, Adi Santos, and Renzo Sobido. On the other end, joining Dennis are Juan Zagot-Adera, Andre Arminion, Krista Chavez, and we also have Carlo Velasco making his first appearance in this season.
Well, that's also a guy that played significantly for Valenzuela last year, a guy who came off the bench and started some games. He's an athletic guard, a stocky guy who can also play physically inside the paint. Has a decent outside shot from the perimeter, but couldn't really hit it from three-point country yet.
It's actually a nice reunitement, if that's the word.
Reunion.
Reunion, there you go. Sorry for that. Reunitement pa more. Between Velasco and Nem de la Cruz, who both came from the Mavs phenomenal program. Ball outside. Referee pointing Val City's way.
You can still see Zamboanga not letting up on their pressure defense.
Sideline, Andre goes to Dennis. Catch and shoot. Oh, it's in! What a first half for Dennis Santos. He has 18.
Great setup. Simple pin down for Dennis Santos. Top of the circle. We gotta see that again. Setting him up for that three-point shot. Boy, what a game so far here in the first half. Let's take a look at this. Look at that. Great screen set by Krista Chavez, leaving Kenneth Alas delayed to catch and challenge him on that outside shot.
Under 40 seconds remaining before halftime. 45-43. Solis, that's his shot. No good from the mid-range. One more chance. Shot clock at 10. Renzo Sobido. Two-man game with J-Boy. He goes left. Sobido fakes. Sobido is blocked. Dennis Santos is doing everything for Val City. Santos drives. Gotladera. Back to Dennis. He thought about it. 8 seconds. Dennis Santos trying to shake off his defender. He needs a teammate. 3 seconds. Santos. He escapes. Dennis Santos. What a finish for the first half. He has 20 points.
Oh my goodness. Did you see how hard he had to work to get that opportunity to go to the hole? He had so much time trying to lose his defender initially. Gave it up to Fonso Gotladera. Here you see. And then that slight hesitation after the handoff leading to that Euro step. That is good for Dennis Santos.
Could he be the ultimate scoring machine for Valenzuela in the 6th season of the MPBL? What a start for him. I did mention he has 20, and more importantly, Val City has a 4-point lead against the Zamboanga Master Sardines at halftime.
Calasiao Sports Center for your Maharlika Pilipinas Basketball League. My name is Mika Abesames at mga kaliga, meron akong bagong balita sa inyo. Ang balitang basketball na ito ay hatid sa atin ng Satellite, the official regional broadcast partner of the MPBL. Tutok lang sa MPB Channel 53, available sa Satellite Sakto Load 149 and up. And right now, I am joined by Satellite Territory Sales Manager of Signal TV, Sir Paul Hulipas. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, ma'am. Maayong gabi. Naimbagarabi tayo amin. Masanto sa labid si kitayon amin.
Ang galing naman ni sir. Sir, meron akong tanong sa'yo. Anong sulit sayang offer para sa mga satellite subscribers ang available po today dito sa MPBL?
Napakamagandang tanong yan, ma'am. Para sa mga nanood dito sa arena, pwede ninyong mapanood ang MPBL sa satellite. Subscribe na at meron kaming promo na buy one take one. Hindi lang po yun. Pag nagpakabit po kayo, within this month, 50% discount ang installation.
Wow, sir. Ano-anong mapapanood sa Satellite Sakto Load 149, sir?
Ang Sulit TV satellite, ang napapanood pagkagabil kayo ng satellite, sakto ang 149 dahil unang-una mapapanood po ninyo ang MPBL sa MTV Channel 53. Bukod pa dito, maraming ring movie channel tulad ng Celeste Movies, Pinoy at Cinema One. Para sa mga kids, DreamWorks naman at iba pa.
Pero syempre sa ating mga kaliga, sir, ang importante doon doon na mapapanood ang MPBL. Sir, paano po makakapag-subscribe or makakabili ng load ang mga gustong manood ng MPBL at marami pang palabas sa satellite?
Actually, kung may satellite TV na kayo satellite, pwede kayo mag-load sa pwesto sa Ordaneta o dili kaya tignan nyo lang sa Facebook yung GFM Telemarketing 2. Pwede nyo i-chat doon at anytime pwede po kayong maludan at ma-installan.
Alright, maraming salamat po once again, Sir Paul Hulipas, Satellite Territory Sales Manager of Signal TV. Magbabalik po ang Maharlika Pilipinas Basketball League.
It is halftime for Valenzuela and Zamboanga here inside the Calasiao Sports Complex, all the way up in Pangasinan. And Val City is off to an awesome start. They're up by 4 by halftime, as Javi will now break down our numbers.
You can see both squads shooting at a decent rate from the field, 46% para sa Valenzuela, Zamboanga 50%. But the big thing actually here, Zamboanga is up plus 20 in terms of points inside the paint. Kaya lang Valenzuela has had a good outing from the outside. 8 out of 14 from three-point country, and they're also dominating the boards, a plus 9 in that department. Although they're committing a lot of turnovers in this game. Already 10 turnovers for Valenzuela, which Zamboanga converted into 18 points. Those outside shots, especially from Dennis Santos, the timeliness of those outside bombs have really propelled them to get a 4-point lead heading into the second half.
Our statistician, Jory Mangonon, gave us the numbers before we proceeded to halftime. This guy averaged 13 points per game in the preseason. His career high in the preseason was 18. Now he already has 20. There you go. The graphic for Val City is Dennis Santos, Edval Chauca, Oren Katakutan, and Mike Machon as their top scorers. Dennis Santos started off this game 4 out of 4 from the field. He already has 5 3-pointers to his name. On the other end, JC Marcelino already reached 1,000 points in his MPBL career. He leads the way with 15 for Zamboanga, and it's Publico, Santos, and Terzo who trail him.
Yeah, you know, for JC Marcelino, he really has been a good example on the floor for this Zamboanga squad. He is the leader of this team, and he has been performing on both sides of the ball here so far in this game. But the other guys will have to step up. Renzo Sobido hasn't really made a dent yet, only with 5 points to show for in this game. But the other guys as well, like itong si Robin Naive, will also have to put on points para dito sa Zamboanga.
So again, we are here in Pangasinan for your MPBL opening day. In its 6th season, this is Mix Gomez at your service, alongside Javi Palanya, Andrea Indicio, and Mika Abesamis. First game, Val City versus Zamboanga, and this will be followed by the Pangasinan Heat Waves taking on the Abra Weavers. 2 new teams out of 3. The other one being Tarlac in our 6th season. And we also have Davao Occidental as a returning squad. Good block inside by Val City. Now there's a foul.
Impressive weak side action offensively on the opening possession for Zamboanga, getting JV Marcelino free on the left side. Unfortunately, he left that 3-point shot short. Adi Santos was swatted away inside. Fonso Gotladera making a good account of himself defensively.
By the way, we talked about the conditioning of Fonso Gotladera in the first half. Apparently, he's coming off of a back injury. He's only at 80% in today's game. But again, it's good to have him back in the MPBL, as Zamboanga just got its 8th steal. Nice feed, brother to brother.
That's going to be something that Valenzuela will have to learn throughout this long season that we're going to have this year. It's being able to take care of that basketball, especially if you're going up against a team like Zamboanga, who will pressure you 40 minutes throughout the game.
Dennis Santos being hounded by John Mahari. Good help defense by JV. Now it's JC returning the favor. JV feeds it on to Adi Santos. Now back up. Zamboanga will slow down. But JC saw daylight, up and under with some magic in the air.
And give a lot of credit to Ray Publico for recognizing inside that seal that made a screen for JC Marcelino, paving that opportunity to get inside with a dip-see-do.
Now this play of the game is brought to you by Buenas, the usual strong side for JC Marcelino. In the words of JJ Redick, you can do only so much against these stars. Just keep on building and building on their strong suits. But here's the problem. JC now has 3 fouls.
Oh, that's going to be something that he's going to have to control here in this game. So far, the offense has revolved around him. No other guy in double figures yet para dito sa Zamboanga Master Sardines.
47 all. Nem de la Cruz driving. He lost the ball. Referee pointing Zamboanga's way.
It was good attention for Nem de la Cruz, seeing that that left side was open. That's not his strong side, though. And we're now seeing both teams having trouble handling that basketball here at the start of the second half.
Adi Santos goes to Ray Publico, given space, a lot of action inside. It's De La Cruz and Mahari all tangled up.
That's a set that Coach Louis Alas really likes to run for his squads. Up top, you have a ball handler, and then on the weak side baseline exchange, you have a screen set for the other guy, usually a big guard. In that opportunity, it was John Mahari recognizing the advantage over Nem de la Cruz, who tried to overplay him as he tried to front that pass. Unfortunately, so much contact that warranted the foul against De La Cruz.
So now it's going to be a baseline inbound for John Mahari, defended by a lengthier Dennis Santos. Almost 2 minutes gone by in the third quarter. Up top to JV Marcelino, screened by Adi. There's the help from Machon. JV escapes. Foul obtained.
Yeah, the great thing about JC Marcelino is we know that his strong side is to the left, and he loves going there almost 90% of the time. But he also has a great right-hand attack. So when that left side really doesn't show for him, when he is forced to go to the right, then he's able to find an opportunity for a basket.
Now this lucky fan of the game is brought to you by Buenas. Dennis Santos is slowly but surely turning out to be a crowd favorite here in Pangasinan. They're not even cheering for their home squad as of yet. But we're seeing some great action as JV Marcelino gets ready to shoot his second free throw. Ooh, great follow.
The most dangerous guy after a free throw is obviously always the shooter, because he knows most of the time where that ball will bounce after he shoots that shot.
That's basketball 101 by JB. And on the other end, Dennis Santos continues to score.
Well, if that was basketball 101 shown by JV Marcelino in the previous play, it's scoring 101 being played here by Dennis Santos. He's putting on a masterclass in shooting that ball through the hoop.
It's going to be a long evening for John Mahari trying to cover Dennis Santos. JC, that's a miss. Ball off of Adi Santos, apparently.
Forced shot right there for the former MVP. He had JV Marcelino on the left corner wide open. Unfortunately, there was another guy that he saw he could have kicked out to.
Back with Val City, Carlo Velasco. He just replaced his best friend in Nem de la Cruz. Actually, Carlo is the reason why Nem is with Val City, as now Velasco recovers with 5 on the shot clock. Great defense by Zamboanga. Dennis Santos to bail them out. No good. Zamboanga on the run. 2 men ahead. Oh, that almost went in. JV going around. Nice hands by Carlo Velasco.
You know, we've marveled and talked about the defense of Zamboanga, considering that they're playing under Coach Louis Alas, but we also have to give credit to this Valenzuela squad, because they're also not a pushover on that side of the basketball, playing under a great defensive coach in Aldrin Morante.
Oh, that's a push. But then again, Mike Machon is arguing that he got pushed as well. So can they challenge this?
Coach Aldrin Morante is trying to argue with the referee right there, but it seems that he will indeed challenge that last call.
Well, that wasn't normal to see Mike Machon fall like that and push off his opponent.
There definitely should have been a lot of contact right there by Publico. We're going to see that in the replay in just a bit.
It's 50-49 here in Pangasinan. Val City, though, has really impressed everybody. This is a team that missed the playoffs last year. But then again, this might just be their best team so far in the history of the MPBL.
And you know, maybe playing with this kind of roster for the first time, sometimes it gives them that complacency to rely on their talent rather than get their baskets outside of the system. Dennis Santos has bailed them out numerous times, and that's why they've been able to get a share of the lead entering the half. But how long are you going to rely on talent, especially against a Zamboanga team that seems to be very disciplined defensively almost throughout this game?
I love that point because at the start of this game, it was Val City that was red hot, but Zamboanga never backed down. It's not as if they actually trailed by a huge margin. And there's John Mahari. He looks to be in a bit of pain, or maybe he's just tired, chasing Dennis Santos here and there.
That's really a very difficult task to be able to go around those screens. And also to add to that, Dennis Santos is a big guy who has a great and tight handle with that basketball.
So now we have the result of the challenge. We'll hear from our arena announcer, Miguel Perey. And there's John Mahari, really needing some hydration. It's Kenneth Alas who will now take his turn to defend Dennis Santos. So the challenge was successful. We did say it was quite weird for Mike Machon to have done that push.
Yeah, very obvious right there. Ray Publico extended his arms, both of them, to be able to dislodge Mike Machon, and crashing into John Mahari in the process as he tried to set a pick for Dennis Santos.
By the way, Val City now just has 4 on its shot clock. Feet inside, Fonzo Gotadera turning around. Didn't get the bounce. There's a foul on the loose ball. It's against JV, who now wants a challenge.
Unfortunately, Zamboanga already used their challenge. It was unsuccessful earlier. That's why they will be able to use another one.
Baseline inbound. Shot clock reset to 14 for Valenzuela. We have 6 minutes and 16 in the third quarter.
The Classic have really lorded it over on the board so far in this game with the tall lineup that they have on the floor.
Dennis Santos is playing the 3 position. Defended by Alas. Here's Andre Arminion. Crossover. Oh, that's short. Rebound! And that was quite risky. Foul on Ray Publico.
Another opportunity for that loose ball. And on that play, Mike Machon, once again, the double-double machine for Valenzuela last year, beating a green shirt underneath the basket to be able to get that foul.
We just mentioned the concern in rebounding for Zamboanga. So now they send in a pair of big men from the bench in Joseph Gabaini, who finally got married. Congratulations to him and J-Boy Solis. Michael Machon. First free throw is good.
Yeah, we talked about the height of Valenzuela mix, but actually Zamboanga also does have some length to their lineup. It's just that effort-wise and energy on the floor, Valenzuela has been showing more, especially on the rebounding battle.
Machon makes it all worth it as he converts from the line. Val City with the lead again, 51-50. JV Marcelino. Onto J-Boy Solis. Up top, JC against Carlo Velasco. Kenneth Alas swinging it over. Joseph Gabaini. 7 on the shot clock. JV looking for somebody. He decides to attack. And then he lost the ball. 3-on-1. Dennis Santos, one more pass, and Velasco. Miss!
Sorry, miss!
Chance on the other end. JC Marcelino. That's a foul on Andre.
That was such a great setup coming from Dennis Santos. He's been scoring at will here in this game. Could have easily just forced the issue and went for the 2 points himself. Carlo Velasco just muffing that basket underneath. Might have been too open.
But you have to love the support given to him by Coach Aldrin Morante. He had a look of support for Carlo as JC missed on his first gimme. And there you see Chito Jaime. Mika did mention he has a foot injury. He's going to be gone for a month. May saklay nga siyang ginagamit kanina. And he has a boot on his left foot. Oh, 0 out of 2. But then again, that has been a struggle for JC.
Oh, JC Marcelino last year was actually a pretty decent free throw shooter. 70% was his average. He got to the line a lot of times. That's why he was able to get good scoring games last year en route to another all MPBL first team recognition.
That's good because he came from 50%. That was back in season 4 of the MPBL as Armenion now proceeds to the line. This guy, I'm just so happy for him that he has blossomed here in our league, because when he was back in the UAAP, he wasn't used as much. A lot of teammates of his, I'm actually just going to quote Lucas Collar here. JC Collar of the Nueva Ecija Rice Vanguards did tell me that in their practices, he really sees the potential of Andre Armenion. It was just a matter of time when he can explode.
You know, ang ganda na story ni Andre. Really worked his way to the top. Coming from Ateneo Team B in the first years of his collegiate career, transferring to UE, trying to make a name for himself there. Didn't really get the playing time, as you mentioned. But here in the MPBL, he has risen to be one of the great facilitators when healthy.
Almost an assist there as JC gets the board. He looks ahead. Marcelino drives and kicks. Solis, mid-range, no good. Rebound, Machon. Back and forth we go.
Mike Machon has really been a beast on the glass here today, while J-Boy Solis has not been able to hit from the perimeter, something that we're not used to seeing a lot from him.
And it's not even three-pointers, just mid-range jumpers. How about Alas forcing Andre to go left? He now drives and kicks. Dennis Santos for three, no good. But how about the Pangasinan crowd? Loving this guy.
I'm now puzzled that they continue to leave Dennis Santos wide open for those catch and shoot opportunities despite the number of points he's made in this game. JV Marcelino forced to help on the drive, but if I were him, I would stay home and just prevent an open look coming from the red-hot Dennis Santos.
Two subs now for Val City. It's Jeric Diego replacing Mike Machon, who has done a splendid job. And Armenion will sit down in favor of Val Chauca. 4 minutes 20. Gabaini going to Solis, given space. Man up, JV Marcelino. Switch, JC, no give and go. Back to him, three-pointer. In and out. Ball tapped outside, and Val City will get possession.
It's confusing to me right now for Zamboanga. With Joseph Gabaini on the floor, they're not really calling plays that put him in a position to score from the post. In fact, they're positioning him way beyond his comfort zone.
Oh, we did see his post moves, especially in the playoffs last year. That was quite deadly for Zamboanga. 14 on the shot clock here for Val City. Under 4 minutes in the third. Gotadera against Gabaini. Back to Chauca. Nice cut by Fonzo. Oh, he could have shot that ball. Kenneth Alas on the run. 3-on-1. Alas, the bounce. JV is fouled.
JV Marcelino trailed that play in the middle, but it was actually JC who was wide open on the right side.
Foul is by Carlo Velasco. And now we have De Los Santos checking in for Val City. Mike De Los Santos, a retained player for Val City. Just has a new jersey number. Renzo Subido also returns now.
Actually, a very serviceable big that comes off the bench. He averaged 6.3 points per game last year in 15 minutes per contest.
Oh, he did play well, especially on their home floor. The two times that Val City hosted last year, we can expect more home games for them in the 6th season of the MPBL, and they're still looking for that victory again because they were 0-2 last year. Oh, a miss by JV, and Jeric Diego's in trouble. He needs a teammate.
Oh, he's got to use his dribble.
Pass forward. Mike De Los Santos met by Joseph Gabaini. Chauca. That's a kick ball.
You just see how the swarming defense of Zamboanga really puts a team off rhythm. It forces them into very tight situations. That pass actually was lucky that it came across para sa Valenzuela. Could have been a turnover forced by Zamboanga.
Couple of subs here. Dennis Santos will take a breather. CJ Payawal returns. Same goes for Orin Katakutan. We also have Renzo Subido back on the court. And the pesky defender for Zamboanga in Joey Barcuma. Diego, handoff to Chauca, who's been checked here. De Los Santos against Solis. Lefty versus lefty. Feet inside. Diego. There's the finish.
For Zamboanga, they've been doubling a lot whenever that ball goes to the post for Valenzuela, which always leaves a guy like Jeric Jego open on the opposite side of the basket.
Gabaini, finally a shot from him, and he got fouled.
But still not a scoring opportunity at the post. He had to attack from the perimeter, put the ball on the floor. Fortunately, he was able to fish for a foul.
Joseph Gabaini in this game still hasn't scored. He attempted 2 shots in the first half. He was a mid-season addition last year for Zamboanga, coming from the Bulacan Kuyas. First free throw is no good.
The free throws for Zamboanga have been terrible in this game. 9 out of 19 now for the Master Sardines.
Wow, below 50%. On the other end for Val City, that's well above 50%, 9 out of 14. Second free throw is good for Joseph. That's his first point in this game. Under 3 minutes. Val City by 1. De Los Santos. That is a turnover.
Good sharp call by our referee on the other side of the floor to be able to call that out of bounds play in favor of Zamboanga.
Sideline inbound here for Kenneth Alas, defended by CJ Payawal. Renzo Subido popping out, defended by Orin Katakutan. Subido going right. 10 on the shot clock. Renzo. Bounce pass to J-Boy. That's a shot again, and he still can't buy a bucket. Oh, Chapa goes down. Great defense by Zamboanga. Pass ahead. Gabaini will finish.
So they just continue to be pesky on the defensive side. You know, no matter how much they go down in this game, the effort will be the same defensively for Zamboanga.
Joey Barcuma is just doing a splendid job. Alas, Kenneth scores. 4 points down for Kenneth.
What a run here for Zamboanga. After being down initially, 2 quick baskets right there for the Zamboanga Master Sardines.
This fast break of the game is brought to you by New Star Max. Win to the max. That's Kenneth Alas ahead of the pack. One guy to beat, and finishes with his right hand. Way to go, making his father proud from the sideline. 56-53, Zamboanga on top. Presenting our Suzuki muscular and sporty fan or fans of the game. Just like the Avenus, do more and achieve more with the muscular and sporty scooter from Suzuki. The Avenus, oras na para magmotor. There you see our lovely fans from Pangasinan. And by the way, let me give a shout out to Casa Cuisiner Bake Shop and Restaurant, Beza Shish Kebab. Of course, Tita Edith, Kokya, Bernadette, Sezen, and JR were able to invite us and have lunch with them earlier today. It's great for these Pangasinense to welcome the MPBL family to their town. Oh, Chauka, a lot of contact there.
Zamboanga is just really making it hard for Valenzuela to bring the ball across here. That backcourt pressure is tiring out this Valenzuela squad. Good thing Val Chauca, very trusty ball handler, able to get it past the timeline and draw the contact against Renzo Subido. Both teams already over the limit.
Oh, he is the very definition of a baller, Val Chauca. Even the way he shoots free throws, there's a bit of a shimmy. And by the way, we seem to have a marching band present here in Pangasinan. So that's great from the Heat Waves and their fans. Later on, we're expecting a lot more noise as they support their home squad versus the Abra Weavers. That's the first home game in the MPBL's 6th season. J-Boy Solis on to Renzo Subido, defended by Payawal. Subido, the pull-up, in and out. Rebound for Val City, almost a steal. How about that defense once again? But Katakutan recovers, and that's an absolute foul.
And that's really the way that you attack a heavy pressure defensive team. You go and try to get something going inside. Attack the pressure. Do not pull back and just try to be complacent handling that rock. You go inside, go forward, and find an opportunity to break the press, get in transition, get a number in advantage. That's exactly what Orin Katakutan did on that play.
Now Orin proceeds to the line to try to tie this game up and even get the lead. We've seen 8 lead changes so far in this game. First free throw converted by Mr. Katakutan.
This is a guy that in time may have the potential to be one of the stars of this league.
Just missed the second gimme. And now there's a lane violation. Yeah, if you're a free throw shooter, you have to let the ball hit the rim first before you can move. So we're back with Zamboanga. 85 seconds remaining before the end of the third. And here's Coach Louis Gonzalez's problem for Perpetual and Joey Barcuma. Mahari onto Subido. Renzo. Ooh, almost a turnover. Back to Renzo. That's a good look. Short. Rebound for De Los Santos.
Almost the same side, almost the same area where he shot that 3-point shot against Bright Acueti when he was with UST.
Miss on the other end by Chauca. And here's Barcuma. Streaking on the other end. Joey Barcuma is fouled. And now we can zoom in on his... look at those muscles.
Oh, man. Actually, I'm sure Coach Louis Alas also had that in mind. That was an ill-advised decision by Barcuma to attack 3 white shirts on the break, but he was unfazed, brave enough to be able to challenge the defense and get that foul. Now he has an opportunity to get 2 points at the line.
I'm so eager to ask him who his basketball idol is because I'm expecting a good set of names like the Patrick Beverleys of the world. But can you think of a muscular point guard? Sino ba?
Muscular point guard. Locally, I'm trying to think of a name.
Yung ganyang kalaki ah.
Oo eh.
He's really big. There you go. There's the zoom in. Pinas pa niya yung shorts niya.
Yeah, it's not just the upper body, also the lower extremities. Really well developed here for Barcuma.
Oh, Subido just slipped. Fast recovery for him as he covers Val Chauca. De Los Santos crossover against Barcuma. They go to Orin. 35 seconds remaining. Katakutan. Cross court. Payawal for 3. Man down. And that's an unspo against Mike De Los Santos as Joey Barcuma went down.
There were 2 mismatches right there on that play. De Los Santos had Barcuma on him while Gabayni was guarding Orin Katakutan. So that was a mismatch in terms of foot speed and advantage for Katakutan while De Los Santos had the height advantage over Barcuma. But Barcuma, the best key defender that he is, forcing De Los Santos to make that kind of move.
Yeah, with his style of play, he's not going to back down even though it's a 7-footer in front of him. Let's see what happened.
He was trying to front. He knew that he had Mahari on his backside to help if the pass was going to go over the top.
Ayun, that's the first. Oh, yun lang naman. That's all it took for him to go down.
That's definitely going to warrant an unsportsmanlike foul. It was an elbow to the head.
But there are unspos that can just give you a warning or maybe an ejection. So that could be a part of the decision making of our committee as of this moment. May
But-
mga unspo pa nga na matagal-tagal ang suspension mo.
Exactly. You know, especially this one. This is a hit to the head. So I'm sure our referees are really going to take careful look at this to be able to make the proper decision. Because sometimes there are hits to the head that will throw you out of the game directly.
Oh, it's a double foul. No unspo.
Upon review, it's a disqualifying
Oh,
foul
sorry.
on number 32,
It's a disqualifying
Mike De Los
foul. I was really
Mike De Los
weirded
Santos
out if
of
it
the
was a
playing
double
court.
foul. So there you go. He's out of the game. Mike De Los Santos.
You know, that really is usually the case. When it's a hit to the head, it really will merit an ejection. And big hit here for Coach Aldrin Morante. De Los Santos has been playing quality minutes off the bench, but give a lot more credit to Joey Barcuma. And now I'm realizing why Coach Louis Gonzalez hates going up against him.
Yeah. Okay, so a part of the agenda for Coach Aldrin in the next game will be trying to appeal for Mike De Los Santos. Let's see if he will be available for the next outings of Val City. And now, Joey Barcuma will have to proceed to the line for his free throws.
No free throws for Joey Barcuma plus one possession.
You know, Barcuma has only played close to 6 minutes in this game, but it feels like with the way that he's been playing, it feels like he's been playing the whole game.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he just missed his first gimme. Let's see the replay again. There you go. Forearm to the back of the head. Ejection for Mike De Los Santos. Second free throw converted by Joey Barcuma.
Migs, I'd like to take this opportunity to greet the Keystone Masonic Lodge number 100, the extremely handsome and extremely intelligent gentleman, and my Uncle Chuck Duran.
31 seconds remaining before the end of the third. That's Joseph Gavini's move. I thought I heard a whistle, but we shall play on. Oh! Sabina goes down. And it's a charge against Orin Katakutan.
I'm telling you, it's getting so noisy here in the venue. I could barely hear the whistles being blown by our referees. And there, a charge drawn by Sabido. That continues to show us the hard work that he's put into getting back into his old playing form when he was still with the Growling Tigers in college. The way that he's moving laterally and also with the basketball has been impressive.
Barcuma, no good on the leaner. Rebound by Jeric Diego. 15 seconds to go. No more shot clock for Val Chauca. But he attacks and then he lost the ball. That's a turnover.
A little bit too careless in carrying that rock, Val Chauca. Zamboanga forcing Valenzuela to break down their play and getting Chauca to improvise on that possession.
Oh, this is an interesting lineup for Zamboanga. They have no natural power forwards and centers in this last possession. JC Marcelino drives, spins, kick out. Sobido for three, no good. And that's it for our third quarter. It's a 3-point advantage for Zamboanga.
Well, what a battle between these two teams. The physicality really shaping up here in this game.
The end of the third quarter score is brought to you by GameX. 59-56. This is a great start for the MPBL's sixth season. Val City gave us a big-time win, or can Zamboanga prove that once again they will be contenders in our campaign? We'll be back. there you see the MPBL founder, Senator Manny Pacquiao, with Madam Jinky watching at the sideline. Also, Ms. Diane Castillejo reporting for duty all the way up in Pangasinan for the MPBL's opening day for its 6th season. This is Mix Gomez at your service. Back at it with Javi Palanya, Mika Besamis, and Andrea Endicio. And there you see the ever so busy front line of the MPBL. Emer Oreta, Rudy Distrito, the Hamoras. Who else? Joe Ramos, our executive officer, and Commissioner Kenneth Duremdes. I say ever so hard because in this season we will feature games from Monday to Saturday. 30 teams.
Yeah, these guys, they never miss a game day. They're always present.
Now we begin the 4th quarter between Val City and Zamboanga. There you see the quarter scoring.
9-16 only in that very defense-oriented 3rd quarter, where Zamboanga really forced Valenzuela into a lot of turnovers and low percentage from the field. After the Classic were able to score 47 points in the first 2 quarters of this game.
The score is just getting lower and lower as the game goes by. JC Marcelino crosses, kick out, Mahari for 3. No good. Great effort by Gabaini, man down, and that's a charge.
With the way things were going in the first quarter, we were on pace for both teams to score 120. But the defense really picking up the physicality, slowing the pace of this game down. And that's why both teams have kept the score under 60 here at the start of the 4th.
This is only our first game for today. Later on, it's Abra versus Pangasinan. And watch out for that elbow, or at least it's a swing from Joseph Gabaini. Warranted a charge. Full court pressure. De La Cruz almost traveled.
Dangerous pass by Armenion. He had Barcuma right in front of him.
Here's Michael Machon against Ray Publico. Dennis Santos matched up once again versus John Mahari. And that is a turnover for Alfonso Gotladera.
And these are the things that Valenzuela will have to grow with throughout this season. After all, they have 29 games to be able to shape up and put themselves in a good position on a good seeding in the playoffs.
2-3 zone. Gabaini. In and out and in.
He's always been known to be a big guy who has a soft touch from 15 to 18 feet out.
Back with Val City, they're down by 5. De La Cruz onto Andre Armenion. Trying to shake off Joey Barcuma. And here's them. 3 on the shot clock. De La Cruz has to fire. Layup. Great escape.
Patience right there for Valenzuela, giving them a path to the basket. De La Cruz really had a hard time shaking off the defense, top of the key, but he attacked it, put the ball on the floor, and got the 2 points before the shot clock expired.
Leaner for JC, doesn't go in. Ball goes to Val City.
Yeah, the thing for a team like Zamboanga that really pressures you all throughout the game, all the defensive coaches that have this kind of philosophy, they will tell you that it doesn't matter if you play hard, heavy pressure defense for 23 seconds. If right before the 24-second shot clock sounds, the other team gets a basket.
Val City looking to score again. Then De La Cruz going to Fonza Gotladera. Backdoor cut. Armenion, one more feed, and Machon will finish.
Too late on the backflow defensively. Nobody helping the helper at the right moment for Zamboanga. Good read by Armenion to go backdoor. Gotladera leading him with the pass, and Armenion getting the pass to Machon.
A lot of contact there. Gabaini is still at it with Mike Machon. And now we have Joseph Terzo returning for Joey Barcuma, who has done a splendid job, especially on the defensive end.
Well, at least, you know, you love that these two teams are exchanging pleasantries. After all, they haven't seen each other for months.
It's their version of I miss you here in the MPBL. JC Marcelino. Joseph Terzo. Back to the former MVP, John Mahari. JC up top. Three-pointer. Too strong. Rebound, Publico. Ball tapped away in favor of Val City.
And the chess match ensues here between the two great defensive coaches in Louis Alas and Aldrin Morante. Coach Aldrin deciding for his team to go into a 1-3-1 zone. He knows that Zamboanga doesn't have a lot of deadly outside shooters on the floor at the moment.
Now Val City has a chance to take the lead. Cotadera, handoff. Arminion trying to shake off Terzo. Andre, back to Fonzo. There's the shot and the make.
Armenion has been impressive improvising out of that top pick and roll, getting baskets to his teammates. That time it was Gotladera firing from 17 feet.
Oh, sorry miss for Gabayni off of a good feed. So we're back with Val City. They have some momentum. Armenion, one guy, wide open. Dennis Santos, it's short. Offensive rebound. Gotladera, no foul, but it falls onto the hands of Dennis Santos.
It's so frustrating for Zamboanga. The effort is there. They try to go with their active hands, trying to strip Gotladera away from that basketball. Unfortunately, it falls into the willing hands of Dennis Santos, who was wide open on that right side.
That's 24 points now in this game for Dennis Santos. Terzo, short. Again, there's the effort on the rebounding for Val City. Mike Machon has done a lot in this game alongside Fonzo Gotladera.
Almost a double-double in this game. Double digits in rebounds for Mike Machon with 10. He also has 8 points, so another basket will put him in that department, the double-double area.
Gotladera also has 9 boards to his name for Val City. But now Machon has to play point guard, and he's fouled. Very unfortunate for Ray Publico.
Hey, the good thing about the lineup that Coach Aldrin Morante has on the floor, they're tall, yes, they're long, yes, but they're also very versatile. You have guys like Machon and Santos who can handle the basketball despite being pressured far from their front court.
64-61, under 6 minutes remaining in this game. Andre Armenion against Joseph Terzo. Trying to shake him off. Andre going right. Pass to Mike. That's his shot. Short. Rebound Joseph. Up ahead to JC. Behind the back. Back to Terzo. He needs a teammate at the right side. Now they go left. Kenneth Alas. Back up. JC. 10 on the shot clock. Baseline drive. Foul. And one.
A few possessions ago, it was a 1-3-1 zone. Rotation and closeouts were at point para sa Valenzuela, but here Valenzuela goes into a 2-3 and Marcelino knows better than to settle for that outside shot. He attacks the closeout, goes inside, and fishes for the foul, scored the basket.
You know, one of the things that impresses me with JC Marcelino is his ability to lay that ball up without the use of the board.
And that's a skill and an art that you really have to practice. So much experience also plays into that, especially for a guard like Marcelino who doesn't have the height, but he does have the hops. And again, the ability to be able to do that without using the glass, very difficult.
Armenion bringing that ball down. Again, he is that stabilizer as the main point guard for Val City in this game. 5 minutes and 13. Michael Machon against Ray Publico. Man down. And the foul was on Mike.
Zamboanga really has been gambling with that double team. Each time there's a Valenzuela player attacking from the post area, whether it be Gotladera or Mike Machon. The problem for Valenzuela is that's a double black eye because aside from the offensive foul, that's also number 4 on Machon.
Did mention he's close to a double-double already. 8 points and 12 rebounds in 23 minutes of play for Michael Machon. But it seems like our referees will have to review something before we proceed. I wonder what it's about.
There was a swing that was given after Machon went down. So they're trying to see if it will warrant something more. But I think referee Jay Castroverde will stay with the initial call.
Okay, Publico has to be subbed out. He's bleeding. So mukhang natamaan siya sa bibig ni Mike Machon. Ayun, ulo pa. Oh, that's gotta hurt. And might I say, buti na lang walang braces si Ray Publico.
Oh man, that really hurts. I'm sure you had that experience playing with braces as well. Kahit konting tama mo lang sa bibig, susugat na agad.
So John Mahari is back in the game. And there you see the bleeding Ray Publico on his return to the MPBL. Kain ng yelo. Yan ang solusyon.
Yeah.
Now Oren Katakutan returns for Val City, replacing Mike Machon. They have a smaller lineup. But then again, they've been pressed by Zamboanga. Is this a 1-3-1?
Just a 2-3.
JC escapes.
Same play as the last. Catching it on the right side. No help on that baseline for Valenzuela, allowing JC Marcelino another quick attack to the hoop.
Back with Oren. Katakutan. Oh, great defense by John Mahari.
Zamboanga in a man-to-man, forcing Katakutan to make the pass late in that play. All options were denied as we take a look at Marcelino getting past Conso Gotladera, but that helped not enough to give ample resistance against JC Marcelino.
Back with Val City. Nem de la Cruz met by the former MVP. Good help defense by Terzo. Arminion wide open, could have shot it, and then they lose time.
Shot clock did not reset right there. That's what Valenzuela thought after that loose ball fell right into their hands after Zamboanga threatened with a steal.
Now we have some time to turn it over to Mika Abisamis.
Sabi ni JC Marcelino, di ko iniisip gaano sila kalaki lahat. Basta dadaan ako at titira ako. Hence, 1,000 points, I guess. And the 27th player to get this in his third season. But he also expressed his appreciation for the new backcourt guys in Terzo and Subido for being big help. Sabi niya, ang magaling na player, kailangan din ng magagaling na teammates. And speaking of teammates, during off-season, he put up a resto bar with his original life teammate, JV. Kung sa court daw they would work well, baka naman daw sa negosyo din. Mix and Javi?
Well, I do see their stories. They're really active at it. And it seems like masarap ang pagkain nila. I'm just not sure if they serve master sardines there.
But even if they don't, I think we better pay a visit to that resto bar soon enough.
Big shout out to the twins. Joseph Terzo. Ooh, a turnover. Katakutan on the move. He almost traveled. Velasco recovering that ball, and he bounces it off of JC Marcelino.
The presence of mind to bounce it off an opponent. Good idea right there for Carlo Velasco. Still scoreless in this game.
66-64, 4 minutes remaining in the first game of the MPBL's 6th season. Katakutan trying to shake off Publico. Step back. That looked good. Just missed it. Zamboanga gets possession.
Coach Aldrin Morante playing matchups here against this Zamboanga squad. They have Katakutan at the 4 going up against Ray Publico for Zamboanga.
Back with JC Marcelino. Mika did say, wala akong pake. Dadaan ako. There's the feed. And Adi Santos was fouled.
And for the third straight possession, Valenzuela has not done a good job of preventing JC Marcelino from attacking from that right side. Yes, there is rotation on the help. Gotladera was seen earlier getting in front of JC Marcelino, but you got to do a better job than just putting a body there. You got to be able to push him out, to prevent that drive even before it happens, because JC Marcelino is just so good. It's so creative when he gets that ball on the deck and rises up.
Ati Santos missed his first gimme. Now a couple of Val City players are getting ready to check back in. Mike Machon, Dennis Santos, and Val Chauca. That is expected after all. But Adi will first shoot his second free throw. 6 points, 4 rebounds, 2 misses.
14 out of 27 from the free throw line tonight. Itong Zamboanga Master Sardines. Horrendous shooting from the charity stripe.
Andre with a cross. Arminion up top to Katakutan. He fires. That short. Man down. But Gotadera gets the board again. He's just a stable presence. Fonzo Gotadera. 5 on the shot clock. What can he do? At 80% conditioning. Fonzo scores!
So calm, so composed to be doing that. You mentioned at just 80% on the floor, Gotladera really doing a yeoman's job of providing those kinds of contributions for Valenzuela in this game.
66 all. Terzo from the corner. Yes, sir!
Terzo, he will not score all the time, but as I mentioned earlier, you leave him wide open, especially if that shot clock is winding down. He will not hesitate. He has that ability to knock it down.
I've been wondering why JV Marcelino hasn't subbed back in, and it's because of that guy, Joseph Terzo, just a stable presence as a proven champion in the MPBL. 2 on the shot clock, and that's an air ball. Rebound for JC Marcelino against Carlo Velasco. Last 2 minutes. This is brought to you by GameX. 69-66. The former MVP to the corner. They're up by 3. JC, screen. 5 on the shot clock. There's the spin and the miss. Rebound for Val City. De La Cruz. And a steal by Joseph Terzo. He needs a teammate. There's Kenneth Alas. 90 seconds to go. Back with JC, this time against a taller defender in Oren Katakutan. Oh, a steal by Oren. Breakaway for Katakutan. And that's a tap board for the layup. They're asking for a foul.
Impressive showing defensively by Oren Katakutan. He baited JC Marcelino into turning that ball over. We got to take a look at that again. Impressive finish also after he made that steal, getting it off JC Marcelino, tapping the board in the process. And take a look. There you see, he waited for Marcelino to stand up and be complacent with that basketball, and that's when he attacked. Got that steal, went all the way to the hoop. Despite the leaping ability of the smaller Marcelino, it was no use against the bigger and stronger Oren Katakutan.
So the lead has been trimmed down to 1, 69-68. With a minute and 17 seconds remaining, we have to take a short break. We'll be back. This three-point shot of the game is brought to you by Extreme One-Stop Shop Appliances. Joseph Terzo from the corner. He has done this hundreds of times already in his basketball career, mostly for Coach Don Dulay, but now he's doing it for Coach Louis Alas.
A very important piece in the backcourt rotation for the Zamboanga Master Sardines. Aside from the winning tradition that he brings, the experience, it's also the steady hand in the backcourt. A guy who is able to play defense and score the basketball as well as orchestrate for your team.
He's so important that he's the one who's going to play alongside the twins. They also have Ray Publico and Ati Santos on the floor. 10 on the shot clock. A minute and 12 remaining. Zamboanga by 1. JC to JV. The fake baseline. He's blocked. Recovery here. 1 on the shot clock. Marcelino almost beat the buzzer. And the rebound belongs to Oren Katakutan. Counter steal by JV. Now Terzo will slow things down. 50 seconds to go. JV Marcelino. The cross. The feed. Publico will finish.
Migs, it all started with that turnover by Orin Katakutan. Katakutan was fishing for a foul. He was trying to sell the call to our officials, but no whistle was blown. When there's no whistle blown, you gotta play through the contact. Here, he made a gamble as he tried to close out. JV Marcelino maneuvering to the defense with that crossover, leaving it for Ray Publico, who goes up strong and gets the roll with that 2 points.
So with that, Zamboanga extends its lead to 3 points. Ray Publico, what a way to welcome him back to the MPBL. He currently has 10 points to his name. And this will be the second to the last time out for Coach Aldrin Morante and the rest of the Valenzuela Classic team. This is very manageable, only a one-possession game in our Season 6 opener with 44 seconds to go. But if you're Val City, do you necessarily need a three-pointer as of this moment?
No, whatever shot is best available para sa kanila, that's what they take. Still 44.4 seconds left on that game clock. But Migs, I'd like to lament once more on Zamboanga being so steady despite the pressure that Valenzuela has been giving them offensively. They've trusted their defense, and in the process, they've been able to get good opportunities offensively. Guys like Joseph Terzo, guys like Renzo Zobido, JC Marcelino, chiefly getting them baskets on their side of the floor. Very timely at that.
Zamboanga will have to play good defense here. The Twins are in with Ray Publico, Adi Santos, and Joseph Terzo. It's the same lineup. On the other end, it's Andre Armenion working with Dennis Santos, Val Chauca, Fonza Gotadera, and Orin Katakutan. Val City, though, has struggled, especially with its shooting in the second half, if you compare it to the first two quarters. Andre Armenion, two-man game. Katakutan, he fires. That's a three-pointer, and we are all tied.
Got the ball on the left wing. Just a little jab step to throw the defense off, and then swishes it through from the outside. Big-time shot for Orin Katakutan. We're going down the wire here.
That's the first three-pointer of Val City in the second half. They're 1 out of 5. 11-second differential between the shot clock and the game clock. JC Marcelino up top to Joseph Terzo. 7 on the shot clock. He goes left. 3 on the shot clock. Terzo. That's a turnover. Val City with a chance to win. Chauca. 7 seconds. Gotadera. Katakutan. 3 seconds. Orin will fire. No good. And for the first game in the MPBL 6th season, we are going to overtime.
Well, what a way to open up the 2024 season. Impressive showing by both these squads. They're going back and forth in this game. The physicality, the intensity, defensively, offensively, they have been playing superb. Both these teams, Valenzuela and Zamboanga. Let's take a look once again at this big-time shot by Orin Katakutan to tie the game up at 71-all.
There you have it. You did mention he might just be a star in the making here in the MPBL. And Commissioner Kenneth Durandes is on his feet, usually with a smile. That happens when we go to overtime. At the end of regulation, the score is 71-all. mula sa Luzon, sa Visayas, sa Mindanao, at sa iba't ibang sulok ng mundo. Kami po ay nagpapasalamat sa inyong panonood ng Maharlika Pilipinas Basketball League, ang liga ng bawat Pilipino, sa ating pagbabalik. Ito po ang ika-6 na season ng MPBL as we come to you live from Pangasinan. Overtime action between Zamboanga and Val City. Pass inside, interrupted by Dennis Santos, but Zamboanga will keep possession.
40 minutes not enough for both these teams to hack out a victory. It's because they have been coming at each other. It's been a game of spurts. It's been a game of runs. Early at the start of the fourth quarter, Zamboanga looked like they had control of the game, but Valenzuela was not done yet. They came roaring back when they put Orin Katakutan at that fourth spot when Coach Aldrin Morante decided to play matchup as Coach Luis Alas had Ray Publico playing the power forward on their side of the floor.
So they continue, at least Val City continues to have a small lineup with Mashon, Santos, Chauca, Katakutan, and Armenion. On the other end, Renzo Subido now returns, replacing Joseph Terzo. He joins Publico, Santos, and the Marcelino twins. Baseline inbound for Val Chauca. 6 on the shot clock. Katakutan, no good. Bit of a heat check for him. Oh, Mashon goes crashing onto the crowd, and there's a kid there. Let's hope that she's okay. She's by the bar, so that might have hurt. Good for Mike Mashon to tend to the girl. Obviously, it was not intentional.
Thankfully for Zamboanga, they're not yet in the penalty. The team fouls from the fourth quarter carry on over to the extra period. So 13 foul only here for the Master Sardines.
Same goes for Val City in terms of team fouls. Katakutan off of the baseline inbound. They go to Dennis Santos. 9 on the shot clock. Hounded by JV. Down to 6 seconds. Armenion goes right. He lost his balance. And then he touched the sideline.
And that's been a common theme in this game, especially in the second half. Zamboanga forcing Valenzuela late into their shot clock. But the lucky thing for Valenzuela is that's why they've continued to stay in this, is because they've been able to work with the few seconds on their 24 to be able to get baskets just before the buzzer sounds.
Nem de la Cruz, by the way, now returns for Andre Armenion as Adi Santos gets ready to inbound. 4 minutes and 13 in overtime. Now we're hearing some cheers for our mop guy. This is only our first game of the season and the first game for tonight. Later on, it's Pangasinan taking on Abra. Turnover story, 28-12. Wow, that's a big number for Val City. JV Marcelino, the feed, Gabaini, a sorry miss, 2 free throws.
And that's why it makes them lucky to be in this game with the amount of turnovers that they've had, with Zamboanga converting those into 35 points. Imagine that. That's so large a number. But for them to be able to stay in this game.
This lucky fan of the game is brought to you by Buenas. That was the game-tying 3 of Orin Katakutan that sent us to overtime. First free throw is good for Joseph Gabaini. There's Chito Jaime, unable to play because of a foot injury, but he is a returning player after all. Chito Jaime has been quite the lucky charm, by the way, because usually where he plays, that team reaches the finals. It happened for Muntinlupa, Zamboanga, and Bacoor. Almost a steal. That's a foul on Adi Santos.
Dennis Santos, on the other hand, has not been his hot hand here in the second half. Only 4 points in the third, fourth quarters. In overtime, he has yet to make a basket.
Well, you can expect that in the dugout of Zamboanga, he was a big name in their whiteboard that they had to address. Val Chauca against Renzo Subido. Here's Dem de la Cruz. Under 4 minutes to go. Dennis Santos right on cue. Too strong. Rebound JV. Zamboanga is on the run. Marcelino. Oh, great trail job by Adi Santos.
I was already going to say excellent transition defense right there for Valenzuela, stopping what could have been an easy 2-point basket for JV Marcelino, but the trail job by Adi Santos, that's been his calling card his whole career. Getting loose balls, running on the break, and being rewarded with easy baskets.
This fast break of the game is brought to you by New Star Max. Win to the max. There you go, nobody covering Adi Santos. Fonzo Gotadera was way too late.
Valenzuela actually wasn't outnumbered on that play. It's just that they didn't communicate on who was going to mark Adi Santos, who beat his man down the floor.
Katakutan converts on his first gimme. He was fouled by Adi Santos to stop the break. But then again, our two teams are now in the penalty. Katakutan, 1 out of 2. Rebound Gabaini. And here's JC. Quickly on the other end. Sobido, alley-oop. Wrong pass. JC for 3. Short. Battle for the ball. It ends up with Andre. Arminion. On to Orin. Bumped. He lost the ball. That's a turnover.
He's got to be able to learn how to play through that contact. He's going to experience a lot of physicality, especially that he's going to have a lot of responsibility handling that rock for Valenzuela. Coach Aldrin Morante will have to make him realize that when there's no whistle, you got to be able to just stand firm and strong, dribble that basketball through the contact.
75-72, Renzo Subido escaping and scoring.
Slow, deliberate attack, turning the corner from the right side, going left and finishing with the inside hand.
5 points now in this game for Renzo Subido. Arminion escapes. Ball tapped away. Good help defense by JV Marcelino.
Arminion has been excellent off of that pick and roll as we take a look at this Renzo Subido basket. No help after that initial defender was bumped off.
Quite similar to what Andre Arminion did in the first half. Baseline inbound, Katakutan. Now it's with Val Chauca, 4 on the shot clock. Chauca going left. Chauca getting the contact.
Fishing expedition successful right there for Val Chauca. Shot clock winding down. You put it in the hands of one of your best scorers, and Val Chauca definitely is one of them para dito sa Valenzuela. Attacking the show on the pick and roll and then getting the contact as he went up for the shot.
First free throw is good for Val. He's now in double figures with 5 rebounds and 2 dimes.
Zamboanga has done an excellent job against Chauca. He hasn't shot a lot of attempts in this game, only 2 out of 4 from the field. Imagine that, Val Chauca only with 4 attempts.
Well, you've been seeing the blitzes against him since the first half. 77-74, under 2.5 minutes in overtime. Adi Santos, Joseph Gabaini. Pinapalabas Renzo Subido against Orin Katakutan. 8 on the shot clock. That's a foul. Free throws again.
Poor decision right there by Katakutan. Gambling on the steal. He was trying to tap it from behind. That's why he let Subido get past him. But that's not what you want. The reason why you're on the smaller guy is you want to be able to put the body on him even before he makes a drive.
They have a timeout for Coach Louis Alas. They're up by 3. Now let's talk about the numbers of the big man for the Master Sardines, Joseph Gabaini, when he was still representing the family's brand Sardines. had averages of 9 points and 7 rebounds, 48% shooting.
He actually had far more dominant numbers when he was with the Bulacan Cuyos because he definitely was the focal point of the offense for that franchise. But as soon as he transferred to Zamboanga, a lot more loaded in his position and a lot more scorers for that matter, with JC Marcelino leading the pack. So he has minimized his role into a guy that scores off of the post or off drop passes.
1 out of 2 for Renzo Subido. The lead is 4. But Zamboanga, by the way, just used its only or last time out here in overtime. Last 2 minutes. Armenion escapes. Lefty layup. Last 2 minutes is brought to you by GameX.
Only his second basket of the game. Andre Armenion really brilliant off of that two-man game on top.
1 possession game. Joseph Gabayni. Lumalabas, Adi Santos against Dem de la Cruz. JC is blocked. Ball out of bounds in favor of Zamboanga.
Clean block upstairs by Dennis Santos. You really see the creativity of JC Marcelino unfold when he's inside that shaded area. You thought that going against 2 big guys, he would be stopped already, but he decides to go down, put the ball 1 more bounce. Unfortunately, he was blocked by Santos.
We have a review of the last out-of-bounds play. We are under 2 minutes after all, so this is basically only review for our referees. They want to be sure. 6 on the shot clock, 96 seconds remaining on the game clock in the first game of our MPBL 6th season. Later on, it's going to get louder inside the Calasiao Sports Complex as they support the newest franchise of the Pangasinan Heat Waves take on the Abra Weavers. Ooh, that could have been off of JC.
Really seemed that it was off the former MVP. This is another angle. There was the block by Santos. It seems that he just really brushed that ball.
Well, the referees have decided that it was off of Val City. So Zamboanga retains possession. Baseline inbound for JV Marcelino. Only 6 on the shot clock. JV up top. JC now has the ball. He goes right. Marcelino zigzagging, 2 seconds, turnaround shot, and that's an MVP type of play for JC Marcelino.
Big time basket by JC Marcelino. Shot clock winding down, put it in the hands of the former MVP. Turnaround basket, no problem for JC Marcelino.
Back to a 2-possession game. Nem de la Cruz, that's short. Rebound Andre. Armenion turning around. Onto Gotladera now. Hand off to Nem. 7 on the shot clock. Gotladera. He attacks. There's the spin and the miss. Rebound for Zamboanga.
Great team defense by Zamboanga on that possession. But I gotta give a lot of credit to Renzo Subido on the great ball denial against Balsauca, preventing him from getting to the basketball.
Back with JV. 8 on the shot clock. 40 on the game clock. Adi Santos to Joseph Gabayni. He backs down. Gabayni, no good. Man down for Zamboanga. Fonzo gives it up to Val. Up ahead to Andre. 6-second differential. Santos. Dennis almost traveled. Nem de la Cruz now has it. He fires. No good. With 16 seconds to go, Zamboanga gets possession and they're up by 4.
Definitely not the best decision right there by Andre Armenion to try and settle for an outside shot. They had numbers talking about Valenzuela. I was surprised that Armenion tried to set up Dennis Santos for a possible outside shot. He already had an open space on the left side, but still decided to go right and hand it on over to Dennis Santos, who was well covered by the defense.
There you see faces of the Valenzuela Classic players and coaches not too happy. They did give themselves a great chance to win versus one of our contenders in the MPBL. Imagine if they actually would come off with a victory today, what that would mean for their franchise.
It would definitely be a statement para sa kanila, getting a victory against the former South Division champions, and definitely also one of the titans this year in the South, itong Zamboanga Master Sardines. But all things considered, Valenzuela still played a great game, if not for those poor decisions down the stretch here in overtime.
Well, these are the things that they have to learn moving forward. That's what happens when you are a rebuilding team. 82-76 with 16 seconds to go. But then again, with this amount of time, we have seen a lot of strange things happen in basketball.
Yeah, can't count them out just yet. You know, 1 3-point shot here, maybe force a steal on the other side. Zamboanga doesn't have any timeouts as well. So if they try to pressure in the backcourt, which I'm sure they definitely will after this possession, make or miss, they force a steal, or Zamboanga misses 2 free throws when they foul, then they could still be in this game and get an opportunity to snatch this away from the Master Sardines.
This is the last timeout overall in this game. Somebody has to channel his inner Reggie Miller, not necessarily a Tracy McGrady. We're only down by 6.
I'm expecting Coach Louie Alas to put a lot of guards here on the floor. Terso should be back, Subido, JC Marcelino as well, maybe even JV. But Coach Louie will be sticking with the same, yeah.
They do have 3 guards with Adi Santos and Joseph Gapaini. Andre Arminion inbounds. Krista Chavez is back in for shooting against Gapaini. The Chavez, he fires and misses. Ball outside in favor of Zamboanga.
Oh, the Chavez called off the bench. Coach Aldrin Morante calling his number after sitting him all this time.
It seems like Val City won't foul anymore, and that's it. So the Zamboanga Master Sardines will win the first game of the MPBL's 6th season, and they did it in overtime fashion.
Getting off on the right note, itong kupunan ni Coach Louie Alas. Impressive defense shown throughout the game, although there were still a lot of lapses that they need to work on. They admit it's still a work in progress, especially with the new faces that they've had, late additions to their roster. But what's clear is JC Marcelino continues to reign supreme for Zamboanga.
JC not only reached 1,000 points for his MPBL career in today's ball game, but he is the top scorer for the Master Sardines. There you see it, being awarded the game ball by Commissioner Kenneth Durendes. This best player of the game is brought to you by Buenas, a no-brainer for Javi Palanya.
26 points, 8 rebounds in this game for JC Marcelino. And another great second half outing para sa kanya. After scoring 15 in the first 20 minutes, he willed his team to a victory here in the second half and in overtime, just when Valenzuela was threatening to escape with a victory.
So that's it, 1 down for Zamboanga in the 6th season of the MPBL. This final score is brought to you by GameX. And what is about to happen is actually happening for the millionth time in the MPBL. Mika Abesam is interviewing JC Marcelino.
Tama ka dyan, Migs, and I am with the Buenas player of this game na si JC Marcelino. JC, sabi mo kanina, ito na yung best defensive team na nabuo ng Zamboanga, no? Pero napakaganda ng laban na binigay sa inyo ng Valenzuela ngayong gabi. Sa tingin nyo ba, saan kayo nagkulang dun sa depensang yun?
Siguro yung mga leak out siguro, tsaka yung ang dami naming hindi kami nagkakasundo, nag-communicate nung kada shoot namin, kaya naiwan na papas break agad. Kaya ayun, siguro mas kailangan pa namin i-improve yung depensa namin about sa ganun. ayun, ano naman sa practice namin, i-viewing namin lahat para sa susunod. Alam na namin yung gagawin pa.
Pero JC, alam mo, napakadaming magandang addition dito sa team nyo, no? Napakadaming magagaling na player. Pero alam mo, tayo pa rin ang magkasama dito sa best player. Anong masasabi mo doon?
Yun, ginagawa ko lang naman yung best ko. Gusto ko kasi manalo. Lagi every game. Kaya yun, nalalabas ko yung laro ko. Siyempre, hindi ko naman malalabas yung laro ko kundi dahil sa team ko.
Meron ka ba mga gustong batiin at pasalamatan?
Ayun, binabati ko pala yung bago namin Masters Sardines Zamboanga at saka UCI na gumagawa ng mga sardinas Zamboanga. Tsaka yon yung mga mahal ko sa buhay, family, sa Olonga po at yon yung girlfriend ko na sa US. Tsaka yung dugout namin, yung business namin sa Olonga po, yung dugout, yon, shoutout sa inyo, see you soon doon, puntahan nyo, kain kayo doon. Ayan. Tapos yon, binabati ko lahat ng nagpapabati, hindi ko na sila maisa-isa kaya, ayan, thank you.
Alright, that was the Buenas player of the game, JC Marcelino. Balik sa inyo, Migs and Javi.
There you have it. If you can support the business of the Marcelino twins, why not? And for all you know, you might find a lot of master sardines in that place. So it's the first game of the MPBL's 6th season concluded with an overtime victory for the Zamboanga Master Sardines over Valenzuela Classic. But now we are getting ready for our main event, the Pangasinan Heatwaves defending their home court for the very first time in MPBL history against the Abra Weavers. Thank you for joining us. For Andrea Indicio, Mika Besamis, and Javi Palanya, my name is Mix Gomez, and we have more of the MPBL coming right up.